really and truly, biblically, there are guidelines that are given that, these things are wrong, these things are right. We're saved through faith, we're saved by grace, we're saved by belief in the heart, confession with the mouth that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, died for our sins, so on and so forth. I'm like, that's what I believe. That's where my faith comes from. But anything, if it's not like laid out to me, okay, this is wrong, this is right, that's personal conviction. That's where that personal relationship with God, that personal relationship with Christ, that's where that comes into play.
Yep.
And that's not been laid on my heart that that's wrong, that I need to stop it. And so, like, why are you trying to intercede and tell me that that's wrong?
And it's usually someone who's not even devoted to a faith. They're just so against it that they want to get you out of it. It's like, that's not, one, ever going to happen, and two, like, you're doing damage to yourself, not to me, because you're absolutely right. It's like the personal relationship, like how you fucking feel, like that's
people
what's up?
People lock people out from God too, though. Like that's what churches are built on, is like shutting you down based on these things. And it's like, you guys understand, like you're keeping people out of the church by coming in this way. And so what you're doing is contrary to what you're called to do, which is to teach people, because if you're a follower of Christ, you should be ministering. You should be passing on that knowledge and everything. And instead, we're sitting here saying, "Oh, you're going to hell because you're doing this thing that I can't do." But it's like, maybe God is having a different discussion with me,
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, hopefully that's something that, I don't know. I think personally, because I was like mind fucked that my experience with psychedelics led to me to where it was, because everybody else around me who was doing shrooms or whatever, none of them had these experiences, and I was like fucking just so concerned. But as I got more devout, I mean, oh my God, like now I realize like what it is for me, and like now it's just like it's a totally different thing. So I can't even say with people doing psychedelics that more people are going to become spiritual, or because they're probably not. Like, not everyone's got a brain like me. Like, I don't. If that was the case, that'd be kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's not the case, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Damn, we got people rolling through already. What up, everyone?
Say what up real quick to Gabe, and what up to Wick. Actually, Wick, since Wick is our guest of honor tonight on the hot seat.
Yes.
Wick, you got the invite. I sent it to you on Discord. So whenever you feel like jumping in, go ahead and jump in. What up, Gabe? What up, Jiminator?
Jimmy J. What up, dog?
Look at this. Look at this guy right
there
here.
He is.
Look at Wickster
up,
right
man?
there.
Nice to see you, bro. I don't think I've ever met you before.
Wait, I think your audio might be cut.
Uh-oh.
He getting it.
Now we need a picture of him up. We got our faces on here.
I know, right? Like we got to figure out like this hotspot seat, because I'm feeling like the picture.
Hey, what up, mate?
Yeah, it was on default, I guess. It wasn't on my Yeti. All right.
Okay.
Got it. What's up, yo?
Not much, man. We've been having riveting conversations about God and horror movies. So
it's been a running topic today in this household.
You had a good day today, man?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every day is a good day.
I do want to point out, I rolled with the idea from last night. The name of this episode is "Get Vaccinated," and already a few minutes into the live, I ain't getting jabbed, and we have 7 viewers right now. So after just immediately going live, so
people are tuning in. We're just like, yo, everybody, make sure you get.
I already said this yesterday. YouTube, if we make that the title, YouTube is going to put us on the front page. Holly says not a chance in hell. Alan says I ain't getting jabbed. Well, I'm not either. The title of the stream is definitely clickbait. Sorry if you came here under false pretense.
I mean, Wait, what's it say? Get
It
vaccinated?
says "Get vaccinated" in all
damn.
caps with an
Okay.
exclamation point.
I mean, you would think YouTube would push it.
I mean,
see. It might.
we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
We'll see.
It
If we
depends.
get a-
It depends
I
on
wanna
which. It depends on which intern they actually have review it. I think.
Right.
Uh-oh.
I want to see just a bunch of like 50 people just hop in all out of nowhere. They would be in for a show. I'd be like, rewind the stream.
Rewind.
Oh wait, they
Reboot.
can't, right?
Switched.
They can't
they,
rewind.
They can't go to. They can't go
yeah.
to the beginning of what we
That's
recorded.
right.
No.
I already forgot. Damn. That was
Get
a long. That
vaccinated,
was like
get
an
a free
hour and a half
Cameltoes.
convo.
We had a
crazy.
good conversation, y'all. If you guys don't normally watch Alpacas and Cameltoes, like y'all gonna want to see the first hour. Like it was dope.
Yes, definitely. I learned a lot because I don't know shit about the Bible.
Oh,
You're asking for Karens to jump in here. Well, they're welcome to. I mean, you know.
Yo, we love staring Karens, man. They be looking at us too long. All right, Karens are fucking crazy, man. I ran into a dude Karen. What are those called?
Kevin or no,
I ran
is it
into
Kevin?
whoa!
the other day,
Wait! Whoa! Hold on a second.
Is
Carl's,
that your
right?
name?
Wait,
I don't
hang
know.
on.
Carl's,
Dude.
I don't know, man.
Bro,
Karens.
the crazy thing is I just learned that
Ken.
today.
Did Carl? Damn, I thought
Wait.
it was.
I just learned that today. There was somebody
That's
else, the dude doing my driveway, brought that up today.
That's hilarious. So it is. That's what they're called, Carls, huh?
Yep, apparently Carl's
Well,
and Karens.
I had to deal with the Carl the other day,
See,
and I thought I was
I'm
about
getting
to fight.
conflicting. So when I Google it, I see Ken's. You're telling me Carl's. Alan says Kevin's.
Dude, I don't know. Dude,
Let's see. So chief
Listen,
world
Coral.
government is necessary.
Listen, Coral. All right.
Coral. It's necessary to remove the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, religious dogmas. Yeah, because we're at 10 viewers now, and Tyrone has chosen to give me this book. Just understand, none of the three of us are vaccinated, nor do we plan on it.
No.
I got a lot of stabs, but they're not from the vaccination shot. I'd be getting jabbed from the tattoo needle.
Yeah,
I'm interested in the biblical conversations you had. To be honest.
That's got to happen on Friday. We can't revisit it all right here during the live portion.
Oh, well, I mean, we'll dive into a new one if we need to.
Yeah, I mean,
I got
mean-
I got a lot of questions. I'm
just saying that the fact that you guys talked about the Karen that was brought up. I mean, that's just a sign to me that we need to talk about something biblical. I mean, come on.
This is the ultimate tangent podcast, so take your tangent away. Let's go. Let's go,
Yeah.
Wick.
Yeah, I mean, shit. We were talking as far as the flood to just the book of Genesis in general, because I don't really and comparisons to different places in the world and how the flood was perceived, but it's all still a common thing. So yeah, I mean, we were getting deep. We were getting deep with it.
Well, the interesting thing is I had the Bible open, waiting.
Dude, I don't even have a Bible. I don't think. I need to get one.
I've got a
Is
few.
there like the one to get, or is it just like grab any?
My personal preference, I like the King James version, but
Hold on, let me write this down.
a little bit of that is because I grew up reading the King James version. A lot of that is because, as my personal faith developed, I do feel like it is the true, like, inspired translation of the
It's
of
the
the Word of God.
closest. It's
King
definitely
James.
the closest. Yeah.
King James Bible. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Definitely
and-
the closest. And for beginner, it's good to get something like this because it's got notes under here. It's a study
okay.
Bible.
Yeah.
And it
that's
kind of
cool.
tells you what. I'm sorry, my hand's a little dirty from working on a
It's a
driveway
man's
today,
hand. You're good, bro.
but so it gives you a little bit of reference of what they're to try and explain a little bit. Now, personally, you can go to God with that yourself and
Right.
ask him to
Absolutely.
clarify it, but
Absolutely.
it's interesting. So, if you want, I can read the verse that I had here.
I'm
do
not
that.
against it at all.
Do that, but after I shout out my man Dan T-Bone coming near here saying, "Hello, Rebel Alliance." My favorite is Nah. Rosa Parks, 1955.
The back of the bus.
No, thank you. I'm gonna stay here. Thank you.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful.
Are you seeing this?
What's that? What's happening? What is that?
That's Mises live right now.
Oh, he's over on White Guy Wednesdays, yeah?
Yeah, and it's funny because Ray put Mises loves Nick Cannon, and then Mises made his name Mises does not.
That's amazing. Mises loves Nick Cannon.
That's hilarious. All right, so here we go. Here's the scripture that I feel was put here. That's just weird that y'all were having a biblical discussion. Me and you were talking about this the other day, Alpha, how everything seems to connect.
Yeah.
And then the Karen thing, it was a sign. So, and then the fact that I had this open already, way in. So, all right. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Now this is interesting because this is in parentheses. Whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judah flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. So
that also sounds so poetic. Like I'm like, I have to break that down and look at it. Like that's not easy to just hear right off the top and understand that. Like, I mean, the whole coming down from the house and then not take anything from him when you're coming, and let him be in the holy place. Like that's a lot to decipher for one little verse.
Yeah.
My Lord. So then what is to be taken from that?
Okay, so for me, it's saying that true believers will go to the wilderness. And what I mean by the wilderness is
the path less traveled.
The path less traveled, that's one. Two, out of the brick and mortar.
Okay.
Moving in a way that's focused more on God and not on money. And it even says, woe to thee that actually has his flight. What was it again?
His flight in the winter or on the Sabbath.
Or on the Sabbath. So, and the Sabbath, do you know what the Sabbath is?
Is that like a bad thing?
That's the seventh day.
Oh, okay. So not a bad thing.
So on the first day, God created the sun, right? Light, let there be light.
Okay.
So day one is Sunday. Yep. Day 7 would be Saturday.
That's cool. I never knew
So
that.
Saturday is the Sabbath, which is the day of rest. He rested on the seventh day. So you're supposed to rest on the seventh day. You're not supposed to work.
Okay.
But it's saying that there's warnings being sent to the church, and there will be some that do not heed that warning. And if you look at the world right now, I mean, the warnings are everywhere.
Yeah.
So it really does seem like that specifically is, again, kind of, I've always heard people baseline the Bible as just a strong core of values and almost just like a fucking code to live by, for lack of a better word. And hearing that is just like that's always going to be present. Like that, it's like the Red Scare, you know? I mean, like there's never a time period where it doesn't feel like it just keeps getting worse. Like as time is going on, it just feels like it's getting worse. So like that's such a relevant verse in my opinion, because that's like, we're always worried about what's going on because how fucking awful things seems to be getting. And if you are dedicated in your path solely, the less traveled, that's not focused on material things, but more so about faith and God, then you are bound to not have to fall victim to whatever that issue is that is going on. Or you're less likely. You're not completely protected. But so when I
No, you're protected.
Okay, well, I mean, shit, it feels like it. It does, but I didn't want to say it, but that does feel like it.
That's what the great thing is a lot of people in this time will preach fear, okay?
Too much, right.
And there's fear everywhere. Yeah. All right. Now the thing is if you have faith and if you have a relationship, then there's no reason to fear. Like a lot of people believe that there's an end times. Me personally, I don't believe that, because we are promised everlasting life. So how can there be an end if you're going to continue living forever?
Well, so is that to be taken as a mortal and not so much to be what's after this life?
How would you know the difference?
Well, I personally can't give you that answer, but I would like to think that there is, because you don't remember your life before this. So
I don't think that's true.
It's tough. Well, I mean, I don't remember my life. I have very tiny little hints of what I think might be something from a previous life, but I can't have like confirmation of that.
Now, would it be previous lives, or would it be something like
I visualized it.
Like a visual given to you to teach you something, or to show you something, or to move you in a different direction?
Now that's a conversation of perception, and if perception is always going to be unique to oneself, then there is no true answer to that. So whether it's past life or post life, it doesn't matter. But my whole point was that part in the verse, I feel like, was talking more so that your soul is granted forever, not your mortal body, because this is flesh ridden. This body is born a disease. That's what I believe. That's what philosophy from Plato and Socrates. That's something I genuinely hold dear.
I'm gonna the philosophy thing. It literally tells you in the Bible that they can't even interpret the word.
Well, I mean, which is why there's room for gray. It's not black or white. I'm not saying that I'm just believing in what a philosopher says, right?
Right.
It's like you can take that information and then apply it. And I think this is a situation that is 100%. You can apply that information to today easily.
I'm sorry, I just seen the comment. I wasn't laughing at you.
No, you're good. No, you're good, bro.
The comment, bro.
Do you think the vaccine should be mandated, or should it be a choice?
I do want to look at this for a second because I do think it's interesting. So we're gonna get some different folks on the stream tonight that maybe don't normally hang out here, and that's good. I mean, that's the plan, because this question though, AlphaTyler, do you think the vaccine should be mandated or should it be a choice? I think it should absolutely be a choice. 100%. The government should not be mandating. A vaccine should not be mandating. Really, anything that affects our personal lives like this. I mean, to that question, I think it should absolutely be a choice. I'm not personally vaccinated. I will not be personally vaccinated. That is not something that I will do. I've had COVID twice, possibly 4 times or so. And one thing I want to copy into the chat, and so this is something I want to paste out. I'm pasting a link right there. If you guys have the free time to watch the video, it's about 20 minutes long. Definitely suggest it that you at least go check it out. But it's basically a breakdown talking about natural immunity versus vaccine immunity. And when you look at it, natural immunity is
it Joe Rogan?
Is it hashtag microevolution?
No, it's a microevolution.
Did y'all see that? Though, the Joe Rogan one?
No.
With Sanjay Gupta?
I did not.
Oh, bro.
So this is by Dr. John Campbell though, And so he posted this video. It's going through, literally pulling up information from the Israel report, which we hear about in our congressional hearings right now, if you guys are paying attention. He's looking at the sample sizes. He's looking at what the data shows. Vaccine immunity versus natural acquired immunity. And the information is compelling, let's say. To say that natural immunity is at least as effective as vaccine immunity, if not more so, because of how it teaches your body to respond. And what I would take this further and say to people paying attention is, if you look a step further than that, I mean, literally, we have any instance of any sickness, any disease, anything that's gone around, natural immunity has always trumped vaccine immunity. Natural immunity has always went a step further. And so my push would be, especially if you are looking for an actual scientific breakdown to look at a vaccine versus natural, give this a gander and then make your own decisions.
Or be a puppet. It's up to you.
Or you can be a puppet.
Or be a puppet.
Or be a puppet.
Also, shout out, I saw
Or be
Ishi.
a lab rat.
I saw Ishi.
Yeah,
I saw Hillbilly. Hillbilly has a very valid point. I saw Ishi. I saw Hillbilly. I saw Tater join.
What up, Tater?
Jamor Tiram. I appreciate
what up,
you
Jamor?
stopping by. Let's see. Hillbilly is
Put me in the ground before
there.
you stick me with it.
So if you don't die, how do you explain death? The body is mortal just as Jesus Christ's human body died.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You can't explain it, because that's like telling me to explain God. I can't explain a concept I don't understand myself. I just believe it. It's as simple as that, Tater. I just believe that death is physical and your spirit moves on. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's just what I genuinely believe, and it's cool. I like it. I find comfort in it.
I mean, it says it in the Bible multiple times that you're given everlasting life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's why I talked, because it's like the perception. Like, I perceive that as my soul. I don't perceive that as my mortal flesh, because the end of days, when I think of that, my brain's like, eventually the fucking sun's gonna run out. Yeah. Are we gonna strip our own Earth's resources before then? Maybe we might go to a different planet. You know, like I don't think we're gone.
So you bring up the sun, and it's interesting because I had this conversation today as well. So it talks about in the Bible about the throne of God, right? And how it's surrounded by angels at all times.
Okay.
And fire. Now, God's glory, you can't look at God because he's so bright, right?
Okay.
So is it a possibility that the sun is God's throne?
He's got many thrones.
I've actually had that thought a lot of times. You know, you can't look upon God, and talking about, I mean, because we also see the layout when God created the earth, he created the heaven, he created, you know, there are layers that there's the lower heaven and the upper heaven, you know, and so it does God exist on the throne? I mean, absolutely, you know, the sun could, I'm not saying absolutely it is, but I'm saying absolutely the sun could be that view of God that we get, you know?
Yeah. I think that's throne. I think it's just in terms of imagery, like the artist, the poet, I love like that. That's just very strong image. And the fact that that's like the eye of Sauron, but in a good way. Like, we got this fucking sun eyeball just staring at us, giving us warmth and love.
Now, the funny thing is right, and it says he's the way, the truth, and the life, and that God's light, he is the light in darkness. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Now, the funny thing is, if you were to go into the middle of Africa and ran into a tribe, right, that's never read a book, never been anywhere near civilization whatsoever, they will worship something. What will they worship?
Whatever brings them food, I think.
Sun,
okay.
Almost always they will worship the sun. So, I mean, in a pretty good percentage, all right? They have the sun and the moon and the stars, and they'll worship the heavens. Now, in a designer aspect, as you were, the grand architect, the way you're looking at that is pretty interesting and coincidental when you look at it the way I just said it, that it's a possibility that that's his throne.
Wick coming in with the grand architect. He about to start spitting some Freemasonry at us right now.
So I gotta ask, because that makes me just think of the sun and everything. So Wickster, do you think that there is another similar race out there like humans that have a solar system that, maybe they don't look like us, but they're intelligent, they have religion, spirituality? Do you think we're unique and we're beautifully it's just us in terms of the relationship? Okay, here we go.
All right.
Okay, let me hear it.
Wick's about to spit you some knowledge on the Nephilim, I think.
All right, we're going to go to Genesis.
Okay.
And we're going to skip a little ahead here. You got the creation of man. All right. And then on the seventh day, rested. Now you got the fall of man, which was the temptation in the garden, right? And all of that in 3. Then you got Cain and Abel. All right. Cain and Abel. And you got the curse of Cain because Cain killed Abel, right?
Okay, so these are people? Cain and Abel?
Yeah, Cain and Abel were the sons of Adam and Eve.
Oh,
they were twins, but Cain was born first.
I never knew those were like biblical names.
Oh yeah. Wow. Oh yeah. Okay. So here, listen to the curse of Cain. Are you ready? Yeah. And now art thou cursed from the earth. Okay. You're not on the earth anymore.
Gotcha.
Which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth, a fugitive and a vagabond, wandering to and fro, back and forth. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain. Let's set a mark. Can you think of anywhere else where there's a mark? Yeah. Put a mark on your forehead.
Yeah, we've got the mark of the beast.
So now Cain's got a mark on his forehead. Hold on. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and hold on here, wait for it, and dwelt in the land of Nod. Mm-hmm. Now he was cast from the earth, so he's not on the earth. He's in the land of Nod. So, I mean...
So that is something. Like, it's not Earth. He's somewhere.
Right.
So, and that's one thing that's always come back. Wow. Even if you look at Cain as being, cast out, presumably from the garden, to, somewhere else on Earth, even if you look at that as fully contained in Earth, the question then comes up, and this has been a question that a lot of people have debated for a long time: where did the other people that we've never heard of before in the biblical narrative, where did they come from? For Cain to be cast out away from everyone that we have seen in the Bible up until this point.
Right.
And then also, and Wick, you may be able to speak on it because I don't know a ton about it. Have you ever looked into like the second Adam theory, that God created two Adams?
I believe this. All right. So actually, we'll go back to this again, and it's the very next chapter. All right. So Cain gets sent away, and he has his descendants. He has a list of descendants that go beneath him. All right. Now, I believe that Cain and somebody else was cast from the earth. And I think you will know when I read what's next. So if you go to Adam's descendants, which is Genesis 5. All right. And it says, this is the book of the generations of Adam. Wait a minute. A book? A book? This is a chapter. This isn't a book. Okay, so there's a book, first of all, about the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam.
Okay.
So where's Eve?
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking complicated.
Eve is no more.
Yeah.
Eve is no more.
Yeah.
In Genesis 5, so the two Adam theory is not far-fetched.
Right.
All right? But it's the same Adam.
Yeah.
In Genesis 5,
okay,
the Bible starts over again without Eve.
Wow. Okay.
Created male and female, and called their name Adam.
A lot of this going back to the part one, and this is what I want to call out. When we were talking about, I said a lot of new Christians have a tendency to only want to read the New Testament, right? Because they feel like that's the new covenant that pulls us in. That's our relationship with God today. That's one of the reasons I was telling you, you need the foundational books, though, of the Old Testament to understand, from Genesis through Exodus, through, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all that stuff adds, especially the book of Job. I send a lot of people to the book of Job just because the book of Job gives so much information on struggle that we have in life. I do want to call out a couple of chats. Alan says the Bible states that Nod was east of Eden.
It does say that. It does say that it was east of Eden, but nowhere in the Bible does it say that Eden resides on earth.
Yeah, I mean, because it's
Anywhere.
Garden of Eden, right? Like, that's what Eden is, Garden of Eden.
It never says that.
That's weird.
He was cast from the earth. He said that. It says that.
That is an interesting point too that I want to add like a second piece onto. I'm not necessarily saying that Nod is not on earth or that Eden's not on earth. I just want to throw this in as food for thought for everyone. The other perspective, when we talk about the tree of knowledge, like the tree that Adam and Eve were pushed away from eating of,
good and evil.
Mm-hmm. When we talk about the tree of good and evil that they were pushed away from eating of, the key to remember too, this isn't a physical tree that we can find on the world today. And so like I have heard the argument several times that the Garden of Eden may not have necessarily been on this earth, just because there are so many things that don't necessarily align with earth. You know what I mean?
Could it be heaven?
Possibly. Because when you really look at Adam and Eve's story too, I mean, they were born basically without sin. They would not die. Had they not fallen, they would have never died. They would have never had sin enter their life until they chose to eat from the tree, to accept temptation.
Hold on. Now just to reiterate on the cast out of the earth, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It says he was cast out of the earth, and that he would not reside in the earth, and that he was cast out of the garden, right? So who else was cast out of heaven?
Satan.
Lucifer, right?
Lucifer, the morning star.
Now, it says that Cain's curse is that he will be a thief and a vagabond going to and fro in the earth. Mm-hmm. That's his curse.
That almost sounds like just
Satan.
Yeah, it sounds like a worker of his. Like if Lucifer was already there and running the show, and this dude just joined him, it's like, okay, that's what it sounds like. That's genuinely what it sounds like.
Now, the funny thing is, if you go back to the fall of man,
no chill deal,
and the curse of Eve.
Okay.
All right. Listen to this. This is about to blow your mind. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, so now he's talking to Satan, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And this is the key right here. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. What does that mean?
What was that word?
Enmity.
Enmity. What's that mean?
Enmity. Okay, well, let's go down to here where the study thing is to 14. Though accountability began with God's confrontation of Adam, judgment began with the serpent. Because of the serpent's key role being used of Satan in bringing sin into the human experience, it would be permanently consigned to the position of ultimate shame under the foot.
Wow.
So now it says that Cain's going to be so basically God loved Abel, right? He accepted Abel's gifts that Abel gave to him. But Cain gave him the worst of his crops.
Gotcha.
Abel gave him the best of his flock, which was a shepherd, so that's interesting too. That's a key. And then Cain was a plower of fields, and he gave God nothing, like the worst that he had. Right. He kept the best for himself.
Right.
So there's theories out there that and I don't know how to say this without being that Eve and the serpent had relations.
Oh, is that what that was talking about with the seed and thy seed? Like,
yes, and that's why it's interesting that it says that in the curse of Eve.
Yeah, because it specifically talks about the her and
her seed and his seed. Yeah. Now the funny thing is Cain was not accepted, and Abel was, and then Cain slayed Abel, which was the seed of Adam. I think Abel was the seed of Adam, and then Cain was the seed of
Lucifer, and
however you want to look at that.
Whoever, yeah, okay.
So the spirit, if you just look at it spirit-wise.
Yeah, right, just entities. Yeah.
Abel was the spirit of God and Adam, and Cain was the spirit of the serpent. Okay? So, I mean, it's all weird when you look at it, and then you get into Adam's descendants, and Eve is removed, and you look at how Adam means when you look up Adam, the word Adam means man.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
So I mean, it's all it almost proves.
There, man. Yeah, no, it's. This is all stuff. This is the whole reason why I was looking forward to talking to you.
Right.
I knew this was going to happen.
The interesting thing is this was all studies that I was just doing.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's cool. So
which is
dude,
amazing.
I'm a big believer of serendipity, man. It almost just feels like the universe is just unfolding for you. Like it's so
just
crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
God is amazing when he starts moving, and right now we have such a high presence of God right now that it's not even funny. But the funny thing is the other side is very present too. Right.
Well, that's the trick of balance, right?
You got to have both.
Yeah.
You know, just like on the ark, you had the dove that went and got the olive branch. Because you said you talked about the ark, right, and the flood.
Yeah.
You had the dove that went and got the olive branch, but then you had the black bird, the raven, that was a vagabond, that was a thief and a vagabond. So then again, you got the spirits, the two spirits mentioned again.
Yeah,
you got the spirit of God or the seed of Adam, and you got the spirit of the serpent, which is still there, present.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's a beautiful connection. Because we did talk about that a little bit earlier. We didn't go that. I didn't know that animals had little roles, though. That was cool. I thought
so basically, if you look at when Adam's descendants are mentioned, right? All right. So Adam's descendants are mentioned in Genesis 5. Now, 5 in the Hebrew language is the number of grace.
Okay.
So I think Adam was shown grace by God to carry on the human experiment. Yeah, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
To carry on the human race, he was shown grace because he wasn't the one that went and got the fruit. He was the one that was deceived into eating the fruit by his wife. Mm-hmm. Now, this is kind of crazy too. If you think about this, there's this thing called a Jezebel spirit. All right. Now, a Jezebel spirit is when ISIS, like there's ISIS, there's, if you go through history, there's all kinds of them. There's ISIS, there's who's that Greek goddess? There's a Greek goddess, there's Egyptian goddesses. What was that?
You're thinking of Isis being the Greek goddess.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is Isis the Greek? Okay, well there was one in Babylon too.
Yeah.
Okay. So but there's that's the Jezebel spirit that takes over, and I personally believe that's the spirit of Eve.
Jezebel. That's the first time I've heard of it.
Mother Earth. Global warming. Global warming, right? What is really big right now? There's a real big movement of women empowerment. A Jezebel spirit that has so if you really look and dig deep, it's something that's been going on for all of eternity. And actually, if you look at the Catholic Church, for instance, they actually pray to Mary, the mother of Jesus. Mm-hmm. And that, I personally think that's a Jezebel spirit as well.
Am I remembering right that is Mary a saint? Saint Mary's? Is that a thing?
No.
Is that a different Mary? They just threw saint in front of her name. There's literal schools called like Saint Mary. So like that's the only Mary I know. So I was gonna.
Well, there's Mary Magdalene as well.
Oh.
Who was a follower of Jesus.
That's probably what that comes from then. Because I'm like about
possibly.
To ask okay, because I don't know. I don't know.
So I googled it real quick. Saint Mary is a term for Mary, the mother of Jesus. Mary is not officially recognized as a saint.
That says a saint. Okay. Yeah, because I feel like my grandma, because I know she was Catholic, but I know she always, I don't know who it was though. I feel like she always prayed to Mary. So it was probably Jesus' mother then.
As
there you go. Catholics basically
Alan,
worship Mary. Yeah.
I do disagree. That is a misconception.
I mean, my grandma, I just told you, my grandma prayed to Mary. She was a very strong Catholic.
Praying, so the Catholic prayer though is not to Mary.
But no, that's not what I'm saying. She's prayed to Mary. Yeah. Like, there's a difference between saying a prayer.
There's only one door to the Father, and it's through Jesus.
It's prayer, like the Hail Marys that you're talking about specifically there. It's prayer that references Mary. It does speak to Mary. I will say in Catholicism there are a lot of prayers to different saints, which is where the Hail Mary comes in. I mean, you do say a prayer to Mary. But the intention is it's through, and this is part of why I turned away from Catholicism, because the intention is to pray to the saint, even though Mary's not a saint. It's still the same concept, praying to the saint, that they will carry your prayer to Jesus, to God.
So do you have because you said you don't get into Catholicism.
I'm personally a non-denominational Christian. Now, Catholicism, gotcha. I do give Catholicism a lot more credence than a lot of other Christians will, because Catholicism was actually what pulled me back on my walk with Christ, because the Southern Baptist Church, with a lot of views that a lot of people in the Baptist Church tend to eschew, really turned me away and made me question my faith at a younger age. The Catholic Church was the one that actually taught me to study and think, and actually turned me back on a path toward Christ. Now, while I appreciate Catholicism for that, I'm not a Catholic.
Gotcha. That makes more sense, because
no, God uses everything for good. So I mean, if you have it in your heart and you have the seed, and yes, Don, it does say in the Bible that God used Adam's rib to create woman. Yes. And that's why I believe there's soulmates.
Soulmates? I have a soulmate.
Right. That's why I believe that there is such thing as a soulmate, because he took the rib from you. He took the rib from man, made woman, and that's where you get a soulmate from.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yeah. I mean, I would never argue that.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel lucky.
There's another thing with the Jezebel spirit that I find extremely interesting. Now, with the Catholics, first of all, Rome killed Jesus.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to wrap my head around Rome Catholicism in any way, shape, or form. Number two, a lot of people would argue that the Jews basically had, because Pontiff, kind of didn't want to, right? He said this man's not done anything wrong, but however, he still did, right? Because of the people saying they should. Yeah. So, but the interesting thing is, if you want to be proven heritage Jewish, all right, you have to have your mother's heritage.
Yeah.
Think about that. Do you want me to go through the descendants in the Torah? Because I have the Torah right here. I'll go through the descendants in the Torah. Seth, and then his firstborn, Enos, and then his firstborn, Canaan, and then his firstborn, Mahalaleel, and then Jared, and then Enoch, all males. Mm-hmm. So the law in Jerusalem, in Israel right now, is you have to use your mother's heritage, and that's a Jezebel spirit because they denied their Messiah.
Interesting. Wow.
I actually, when I was in middle school, when it wasn't forbidden to talk about God in schools, I'll never forget. Like we did this Easter coloring thing, and it was kind of walking through, how because of Judaism, because of the history wrapped around like the crucifixion and everything, how Jews kind of shut themselves out from actual true salvation through their treatment of Christ, through their denial of that. And it was interesting, and it's an interesting sign of the time, really, because thinking back to that was when I was in middle school. It was pushed to teach us that Christianity really kind of took it the step further, and why, and how Judaism kind of stops short of what is actually needed to embrace Christ. But it's funny because I can't imagine that coloring exercise exists in any school in America today.
But see, they have grace, though.
Yeah, they do.
They have grace because that's God's people, and that's God's. Yeah. He's chosen that area, so they will have grace.
And I don't bring that up to diminish that at all. I'm just saying that was more of my just random thought on.
Oh no, man! You know how hard it is.
The state of America now.
Do you know how hard it is for me to say what I just said? Yeah. I mean, think about that. Do you know how many people would find that absolutely blasphemous?
Yeah.
For what I said, and it's not anything. It's fact. It's the Torah is based on fathers and firstborn sons.
Yeah.
So why is it that way in Jewish law then? It just doesn't make sense.
I do want to point out, because that's where we kind of get into. So there's actually a really common misconception. This was actually taught to me too when I was younger, that men do have one less rib than women. That isn't anatomically correct today, but I think the important thing to take away from that, God took the rib from Adam to create woman. He didn't take it from every single man throughout.
Right. That'd be like thinking just because your dad had a fucking kidney transplant and has, like, are you going to be born with that dude's kidney in you? Right. Like, no, you're going to have your own two fucking kidneys.
Yeah.
No, it's in your DNA to have the ribs that you have.
Right. Yeah. The genetic code, man. There's a reason why it exists.
Which there's all kinds of biblical things in genetic code that is absolutely insane if you really research it. Like,
Damn.
I mean, absolutely, you know, the unspoken word of God is in our DNA through numbers.
So I have a quick question. If if someone told you that God spoke to them, is that considered like blasphemous?
No.
Depending on the religion? Because I heard someone talk to me that was raised Catholic who isn't Catholic, but I had told them that had happened to me. And they were like, wow, like if I was younger and you told me that, because of the way I was raised, I would be like, I wouldn't be talking to you, because that's like a very, it was like just pure blasphemy almost. And so I was
Well,
like,
because
curious.
Catholics believe that you have to go through the Pope to get to.
Right, it takes the Pope's everything, all his
Yes.
power away. Yeah, that fucking explains it.
Which is also funny because, like I said, the Bible says the only door to the Father is through Jesus.
A lot of that too comes from the Catholic Church does believe in canonizing the Bible. The church will canonize prophecies, so on and so forth. The Catholic Church, and so it is what is accepted to be a part of religion, what is accepted to be a part of the Bible. If you look, and this is something I know that you specifically would be interested in, but there are several books, several scrolls that kind of came about in the same manner as the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are not accepted canon as part of the Bible. There's a second book of Revelation, for example. Look at that.
Oh, of Enoch? Is that how it's pronounced?
Look at that.
And the Book of Giants. Nice. Oop, the Book of Jasher?
See, there are several books because
We're
the
ready.
Catholic Church did not accept them as part of the Bible. They're not included in any binded Bible that you will buy. But there are additional books that could or could not be parts of the Bible.
Jeez. Yeah, no, that's cool. And that's the thing. Like, there's no. The beauty of like this exactly, I get to talk to you, I get to talk to him. Like, I love that my life can be my own Bible in a way, like, because I have the option to read all of this stuff, but it's like if I had come across that book on my own and never was like, oh, this could be a part of the Bible's chronological history, or like I could have never made that connection, but I still could have maybe applied it in that way. And that's what I think is, like, hearing all that. I mean, that's fucking cool to me. Like, I that's how I think life with God and just my spiritual is. It's just like constantly. It's not just this book. It's a lot more than just that book. Like, it's more than you think.
And that's where, like, a lot of people, especially if you guys ever have heard me talk about my personal faith and everything, that's why I emphasize so much like a personal relationship with God, because there's so much that isn't explained in the Bible. You know what I mean? There's so much that, especially when we talk about individual, personal convictions, so on and so forth. I mean, there is so much. God gives us some rules. But then there's so much that's outside of that it's okay, well, what do I do about this? That is where your personal convictions, that's where your faith, that's where your personal relationship with God comes into play, And I can't tell you, even for myself at a younger age, but even talking about, plenty of people who are non-believers who come to a church actually seeking answers, get turned away from God just because people want to push their personal convictions on that person,
or they want something right now. They want that miracle to happen right now. And I gotta tell you, it doesn't come like that. It comes through time. It comes through a relationship, and you have to be dedicated. It talks about works, and it's not talking about going out and laboring in the street. It's talking about going to the Bible, talking to God and asking him for guidance, going to the Bible, talking to God, going to him for guidance, going to the Bible, and then doing this, coming to you, talking about it, sharing it. Hey, what do you think of this? What do you think this means? Finding different opinions and discerning for yourself, not going to somebody that went to college and is going to try and tell you his philosophical ways of what he interprets it as. It's supposed to be what you interpret it as you as an individual and your relationship, because everybody's relationship with God is going to be different. It even says that in the Bible. Some will be prophets, some will be workers, some will be musicians, some will be priests, some will be preachers, some will be kings. It's just your walk is going to be different.
Yeah.
And
I've had so many moments where, like, one of the most powerful feelings that was like equally comforting as it was humbling. And I might have spoken on this before with Tyler, but I had this thought at one point where I thought to myself, when I die and whatever the situation is, if I'm having a conversation directly or not directly, but I genuinely feel like God or whoever, whatever, is going to tell me flat out, like, thank you. This is the life that I wanted everybody to live. Because at one point I felt like I was so special, that I was so like selected by God himself, that and then for me to realize, like, oh, he wants everyone to feel like that. Like, it's not just me that's meant to be felt like that. Yeah. And like, I had the humbling part was, no, dude, you're not as fucking special as you think. But the beautiful part was, like, yes, you are. Like, everyone was meant, like, this light that went off in your head, that was supposed to go off for everyone. And I'm so glad it went off in you. And that, like, that was such a fucking sober moment too.
Have you ever heard of the pineal gland?
Yeah, right here, baby. Third eye. It's in there. It's in there.
Do you know what it is?
I mean, it does a lot. You can right before you die, it releases chemicals. Right when you're born, it releases chemicals. I mean, it's an actual interdimensional.
A lot of people say that's where the God gene resides, where the God.
Yeah, the God molecule. Yeah,
the God molecule.
Yeah, Rick.
Bud is ready for this conversation.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, well, I can't help but, like, I feel so lucky that, because religion or even psychedelics, just people in general, they want to take their fucking experiences and be like, bro, try these shrooms. They're gonna make you.
Right.
It's like, no, that's not the fucking case. Like, I got lucky that psychedelics put me on a spiritual journey because that's what it fucking did. I mean, and I got told, I had to sit down, and I thought I was crying because I was being spoken to by God. And it was just as simple as, I made you the way you are. Don't worry about it. That's all I got told. And that's all I fucking needed to hear. And that shifted my whole life. My ego died in that moment, because I was like, I spent 20 whatever years thinking this way, and now I'm being told flat in my fucking ear that everything I thought was wrong. And it was a beautiful, beautiful thing.
I've had some amazing dreams, let me tell you.
Yeah, dreams too.
Amazing ones. Like
lucid
that.
And everything.
Oh, man.
Dude, like, that's how another reason why I feel like there's another life after this, because I get shown so many times that the earth is getting just fucking destroyed, and I astral project to a new planet and a new life, and it's fucking ridiculous. Like, my brain's fixated on that. I have so many lucid dreams where I'm watching myself transfer dreams. I'm literally, I couldn't be more lucid and aware when I dream. It's fucking ridiculous. I get moments of like, not like orgasm, but it's such bliss that I can watch the moment I become lucid, my dream become brighter. Everything becomes vivid. Everything becomes vibrant. And it's like, that's a dimension that not everybody goes to. And another reason why I feel lucky, like, because when I dream, I'm not here anymore. I'm not in this fucking planet. I'm not in this body. I am somewhere else every fucking night. Like, it's
now that's
crazy.
Interesting that you say that, because I've actually brought the question up to my my Discord study and to my study here with my neighbors. What happens to your soul when you go to sleep?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Is that what's out and about? Is that what's traveling? Is that what? Because I mean, when I sleep, man, I'm not here. I know for a fact I'm not here. Like, that's one thing I do know, is that I am not here when I'm sleeping. Like, and I would love to know that, because that's really what it fucking feels like.
Well, I've had dreams. I've had dreams, right? Okay, so I'll give you this one. It was pitch black, couldn't see nothing at all. But it was long. It took a long time to get through this dream.
Okay.
And it was like when you're in a concert hall and everybody's talking, you got that roar where you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't make out any words, but you just know there's like people everywhere. There was a lot of people.
There's a lot of sound.
But I couldn't see nothing.
Okay.
Right? And then I woke up. Well, a couple days later, I was shown Psalm 91.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read you Psalm 91?
Yeah, of course.
I'll read you Psalm 91 real quick because it's kind of crazy. All right. Well, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, there we go. All right. Flip right to it. Okay, ready? Here we go. First word, the first phrase, the first verse, however you want to depict it. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High, listen, shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. It was completely dark. I couldn't see a thing, but there was a lot of people there.
Right. You were being shown what he was letting you see. Like at that
And
point.
I had never heard Psalm 91 before.
No.
And then I was shown it.
Yeah, dude, I'm convinced that dreams are not everybody. I don't just like everyone's different, like just how unique everyone's brain is. For some people, myself included, the dreams are fucking, it's a uncharted, untapped psyche that we all have potential to fucking like tap into, but I don't know what makes us tap into it differently, man. Not everyone can. Like, because Tyler, do you ever have crazy dreams, my friend?
Oh, man.
Bro,
Yeah?
I do. Actually,
Yeah?
I had one the other day. Wick and I actually talked about it for a while.
Nice.
And yeah, no, like, and that's the thing. I won't go into details on this specifically, but I will say, like, throughout the week, even kind of leading into this conversation here, like there have been like layers of this that have evolved throughout the week. You know what I'm saying? And this
so
was,
you'll have like continuations of the
Yeah.
dream.
yeah, no, not even continuations. It's just like it's
Oh.
been like built upon. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Confirmations.
yeah, and
Oh, okay.
it's like it was literally Monday morning. I messaged Wick. I'm like, hey, like, you got a second, like just talk to me about this for a minute, you know? And like then he had to wait on me because I got tied up in some other stuff.
Oh,
and
no,
then, like,
yeah, no worries, though.
but when we finally talked, it was like there was so much out of that. And then like after he and I talked, like I text Meezus and I'm like, hey man, I need to talk to you for a minute. And like I talked to him and like there was stuff out of that. And then it's like,
Yeah.
you know, even into like tonight, it's like there's stuff out of this, like, and it's like building and building, and it's like, I absolutely, I think it's biblical. I think it's personal. I think 100%. Like when we go to that place, I really like what Hillbilly said a couple of times. You know, he's talking about your soul doesn't sleep. I think at least for those of us who are meant to interact with God that way, I think that God does use our dreams. I don't think that God speaks to everyone through their dreams because I don't think that a lot of people are receptive to it. But
Well, some people don't have the relationship to do it.
sure. And
Some people
also-
go to church on Sunday just to say, I'm sorry for what I did
Yeah.
on Saturday. And then Monday
Yeah.
they're doing what they
Yeah.
did on Saturday.
and that's a fact. And the thing is though, I think that God speaks to us in our dreams and speaks to us in a way that is meant for us to unravel, but is also not meant to all be given at once. You know what I mean? I think
Right.
it's
Oh,
meant to
yeah.
be
I
that
think-
Small
slow
portion.
burn.
Oh, yeah, because it would be overwhelming. It would be overload.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
got one other dream. I don't think I've told you any of my dreams, have I, Alpha?
Uh-uh.
Oh, other Alpha.
So me, no, like we've talked
Okay.
about a couple of them, but
All right.
not
So
like.
check this out. This is crazy.
Uh-huh.
All right. So this was before January 6th.
Yeah.
All right. Before.
I think you may have told me about this.
I was
one,
in a
actually.
Capitol. All right.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I wasn't
you
at
did.
the Capitol. I was in a building next to the Capitol.
Okay.
All right. I walk in there and all I had was my Bible. I was holding it in my hand, and behind me was a bunch of people with guns. Across from us, coming in the other side, was cops in riot gear with guns pointed at us.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. And I took the Bible and I put it up in the air and I said, we're taking this back in the name of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And the cops dropped their weapons and said, we're on your side.
Honestly, there's a lot of ways you can interpret that. Like, that just goes, I mean, that could just be the first
Look what
thing
happened January 6th, though. The cops let those people in the Capitol.
Oh, right. That was the date that happened.
But I don't think it was pertaining to that incident because I wasn't in the Capitol. I was in, like, the building next to it.
Well, my first interpretation of you saying that is that there's a misconception with sides. Like, when I first heard that, I'm just like, because me and Tyler have had a conversation. We haven't expanded on it yet, but we were like, what if the government wants us to go to war with it? And that is something I've never thought of until when him and I just ran it by each other. We didn't even expand on it. But when you tell me that dream, and it's like, yo, that could be a fucking vision of, citizens and police alike need to come together because guess what? Local shit is needed to stop the federal shit. As someone who runs a fucking farmer's market, COVID, let me tell you something. COVID saved this market during the summers. During the summers, it's Arizona. No one wants to be outside shopping at a fucking farmer's market. Guess what? During COVID, that doesn't fucking matter. People don't want to be inside a grocery store. We get the busiest times into summer. Makes no sense now. For 10 years, the market ran the same. Winter expanded, summer we break down because it's not as busy. Now since COVID hit, that's not the fucking that's a weird blessing in disguise. But the whole point is just
God uses everything bad for good.
Yeah. Oh, right? 100%. But yeah, so like hearing you say that dream, man, and then the whole war conversation with the government, it's like, man, like that's a strong image to paint right there.
Oh, do you want a strong image? You want one more?
Yeah, of course.
All right, here's another one. I was in a city, and this one kind of creeps me out a little bit. I was in a city. The whole city was burning. Everything. People everywhere. Laying in the streets. I was driving my truck. Jeez. As I was driving my truck, I would run over bodies. And when I would run over the body, I would be looking at my tire. But I was still driving.
Right.
I was driving.
Exactly what you're talking about.
But I would be looking at the tire, watching it hit the body, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So next thing I know, we're outside of the truck, and all I got is my Bible. Again. We're running, and there's people with me. I don't even know who they are. But one of them's got a gun. And I'm running. We're running. There's fire everywhere. Chaos. The guy gets shot that has the gun. And I turn, and I looked at him like it was like, turn, look at him. Oh, he's dead. And then ran to this alley, found the cops, got out. And all I had was my Bible.
Mm-hmm.
On that, personally, really shook me. Like, I had to pray on it a lot because it was, it was drastic, bro.
Yeah. Well, it makes me wonder, have you ever been shot in your dreams, or has it always been other people? Because that's a very big, if it's never you, that means you feel so protected by God that you're not worried about your own life. You are more worried about who's not carrying the Bible and who doesn't have his protection. Like,
that's interesting.
That's the first fucking thing, because as a person, I have dreams where I get shot, and like that's because I know I'm afraid of dying. Not like I'm afraid of my mortality. I don't have a fear, like an irrational fear of death, but like it bleeds into my subconscious when I dream, and I get shot when I have dreams sometimes. And I know just psychologically the difference in those approaches is whether you're worried about yourself or someone else. And you having your Bible in every fucking dream is that why would you need a gun when you have your Bible? Why, like you said, you don't have any fear if you have faith. Like and the fear that is aligned with your faith is from God. It's not from people walking around the fucking earth.
Right.
So, dude, when I hear that again, that's just I hear a selfless fucking dream where you're worried about someone who isn't feeling the protection of their faith. Like that's
crazy.
That's how I totally.
That's a really good way of taking that. Wow. Yeah, that's a good perspective. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do both of you sleep with an open Bible?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even have a Bible. You know that now.
I actually
right.
do, just because the Bible, I do my Bible study in the morning, you know, that's why, like, when I post my Monday morning motivational, it's my study right there. And so usually, literally, I do my study. So if you notice, a lot of times I record those videos in my bedroom, like in front of my TV in my bedroom. I usually do those studies. I get out of bed, I stand up the whole time I'm going through and everything, and I keep my Bible there in front of my TV. And so usually it stays open to what I was studying last.
Okay, so that's this one. That's this Bible for me, which is out here. I have another one. In my room that has it open to Psalm 91, because Psalm 91 is the protection of God.
Right.
And and then when you walk in my door, you know, it says that you should you know, around your door you should have the blood of Christ, right? So
yeah,
when you walk, the first thing you see when you walk in my door is Psalm 91 hanging on the wall, and then a Bible and a cross and the American flag, and then the Bible open right here. And then you walk into my house, and when you try to go back to my bedroom, you have to get past the Lord's Prayer and the 10 Commandments.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Then you walk into my room and Psalm 91 is open there. Because, you know, I'll tell you why that is the way it is now. I had an incident where randomly, out of nowhere, I was laying in bed and I was like, man, I need to pray over this house, and I need to get evil spirits out of this house. And I wasn't having any issues, like, as far as, you know, feeling a presence. You know, we'd have the random knocks or feel like you'd hear somebody walking, or, you know, something like that, but nothing like that was really stood out to make it, you know what I mean? Nothing really bad. Yeah. But randomly it just said, hey, pray over your house. So I started praying over the house, and I said, hey, I rebuke any evil spirits, get them out of my house. And before I was done praying, all of a sudden I was walking in my hallway. And I was walking down the hallway, and then I turned left. And when I turn left, there's a sliding glass door that goes out on my back porch. There was something standing there in that door with the door open. And it let out the most blood-curdling, nasty screech that I've ever heard in my life. And I've been to war 3 times. It was the nastiest scream I ever heard. It gave me chills. And then it slammed the door. All right. And was gone. And then next thing I know, I'm sitting up in my bed. And I look over.
Dreaming. Wow. No?
Dude, I looked over at my clock, and it had been 20 minutes. There's no way I was dreaming in 20 minutes.
Dude, that sounds like legit. I've manifested fear and anxiety before, and what you're describing sounds like you woke up in the middle of a night terror.
Right?
Like that sounds so creepy.
So jumping on that.
Oh my gosh.
Night terrors. Okay, night terrors. Mises talks a lot, and this is kind of like, Mises talks a lot about like how he believes firmly that night terrors are
attacks,
demons, like attacking you, like physically holding you down.
Oh yeah,
it feels
all
like
that.
Historically, if you look through a lot of ancient civilizations, regardless of their faith, they also believe that. Funny thing, so we're talking about the dream I had on Monday that I called Wick about, right? Like, check this out. So I have not had night terrors probably in 2 years. Tuesday night? No, that was last night. Monday night, I had night terrors for the first time in 2 years.
After we talked about what we talked about?
Yeah. And legit, like it was full on, like, you know that feeling where you're being pinned down and you're trying to like move, and it's like you're fighting through like all the sludge.
What's it called?
Yeah,
sleep paralysis.
Yeah. And so legit. Okay, so normally I only hit like sleep paralysis if I'm laying on my back. You know what I mean?
Yes.
This was the first time having knot tears. In the middle of having knot tears, I
say
jump
you're on
up.
your stomach. Okay, I thought you were about to say you just couldn't move on your stomach.
Not on my stomach, but I've never had it on my side before Monday night.
Where you're
and Monday night, I'm laying on my side, like literally trying to fight that. Wake up in the middle of knot tears, trying to fight through sleep paralysis. And I'm like, bro, tell me the attacks ain't real though. Like, tell me the attacks ain't real.
Oh, dude, no. See, I wasn't finished. Dude,
It's
okay,
tough, man.
so that whole situation, right, with that thing that left my house.
Yeah.
All right. A couple days later, all right, I wake up in the morning, I come out here, and I follow Lion of Judah on YouTube. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of them. Mm-hmm. Pretty awesome. They do like motivational videos, and they you know, prayers or whatever. Yeah. So they had this prayer come up there, and it was house cleansing. And I was like, what?
Yeah,
like, literally, I just did that. And I'm like, what's going on? Okay. So I watched it just for the heck of it, and I walked around the house, and then I go out on my porch, and I was drinking coffee. My neighbor walks out onto his porch, so I'm like, this is random too, because I don't usually do this. He walked on his porch, and I was like, oh, hey, Kyle's out there. I'm going to go over there and say what's up. I left my phone here.
Yeah.
At my house, and I walked over there with my coffee, and we were starting talking. He said, last night I had the worst night I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, bro, I had sleep paralysis.
You sent it over to him.
And there was,
asshole.
Dude, no,
his house wasn't protected, bro.
There was hooks. He had hooks in his skin, and they were pulling up. Like, dude, whatever I sent out of my house was so angry that it went over there and was starting to mess with him. It was angry. So it like went off, right? So then I'm like, dude, this is crazy. But I literally just watched a house cleansing prayer 2 seconds ago. Yeah. So I go and get my phone. I come over here and get my phone, and I walk in his house. And I've never been in his house before. Lived here for almost 10 years. Never been in his house. And walk in his house, and I'm playing that. And I turn this corner, and I'm like, that's got to go. There was a picture on the wall. And it was an old picture, like from an airplane, of these properties. And I don't know why. It was just, dude, as soon as I seen it, I was like, it's got to go. Yeah. And he's like, whoa, okay. And he grabbed it, took it down, and took it outside. And then we were standing outside, and I was like, what are you going to do with it? You're going to? It's sitting out here. He's like, you know what? Let's go burn it. So we take it, and we put it on a pallet, all right? And we light the pallet. Pallet is up in flames, almost burnt, and that freaking picture is still there.
Damn.
Not burning.
Yeah.
I looked over at him, and I'm like, dude, if this thing starts screaming, I'm out of here. Like, for real, I'm out, right?
Yeah.
Well, his son works night shifts, all right? So he sleeps during the day. So all this is going on, and his son didn't know. He was sleeping. When he woke up that day, he said, Dad, this is the best night's sleep I've had since we've lived here.
Damn. And immediately, because of the burning of that picture.
I mean,
he got rid of the house, or got it out of the house.
I mean, got it out of my house. It went to his house. There was something in his house to begin with that he didn't even know about. But I'm pretty sure what attacked him was what I sent out of here.
Yeah.
So I don't know where it's at now.
It might have been attracted to that piece of history, because I know I cannot tell you anything other than the surface level information. That is, I know water. Recently, we discovered literally it can retain like memories, like a fucking photograph can. Like, you can literally, like, what up, kitty? You yelling at me? Yeah, dude, this is the cat, man. He's angry. But so it makes me like, I think other things can retain memories and energy 100%. Like, I think that fucking picture might have been something that's like, that
spirits attached
out.
to things.
Yeah. So it's like,
for sure.
If it could have been a resident. Yo, I'm about to kick this cat out. What are we doing?
I just want to mention, I've looked over here a couple times, and I've noticed that there's 11 people watching. I find that significant as well.
I know it's well, there's 13 now, but that's between YouTube and Twitch.
but what I'm saying is, do you know what 11 is?
Yeah, bro. I know
the number.
You
11.
You have drilled into my head what 11 is.
11, bro.
There's the numericals. Those are
It's Hebrew. It's the Hebrew language. 11 is the Hebrew language. There's 2 rows of 11 letters in the Hebrew language. And when you see 11 on your clock, I personally believe it's God telling you, "Hey, you haven't went to the Word in a while. Go pick it up." So I've been doing that. Like every time I see 11, I go to the Bible every time. But I thought that was interesting that 11 people was watching.
I never knew that. That's cool.
I thought that was interesting.
No, it's interesting to hear you guys talk about the your guys' sleep paralysis and shit. Because like at such a young age, I identified that I have triggers for it. If I don't fall for those triggers, I won't have sleep paralysis. Like And my sleep paralysis is always triggered by me waking myself up in the middle of a fucking nightmare. Like a terrifying nightmare. If I'm waking up from something that's just straight up evil, like we're describing. Like I figured out my last really bad case of that was what I was describing to you, is that I've physically manifested an anxiety in my dream to where like I thought it was a demon trying to fucking kill me. Like it was like a woman with no face, and she
a Jezebel spirit.
One of those spirits. She sucked my friend out of the room.
Oof.
and immediately entered the room. And my instinct,
a friend you know?
Oh yeah, I loved.
You knew, like, I mean, so you knew his face, like you seen who it was?
It was my best friend. Yeah, it was one of my best friends. And the woman I didn't know, she was faceless. Hey, he's doing good. He's doing good. All right, no bad omens. No bad omens.
It's not about bad omens. I'm just saying that maybe that's a message that you need to talk to him.
Well, no, because we're good. We're good.
No.
But listen,
I mean,
just
biblically.
Listen, just real quick.
I mean, biblically.
Oh, dude, this is my life. Like the way you see me talk to you and Tyler, this is how I talk to everybody that's in my life.
Right.
Absolutely, I agree. Thank you for because if I wasn't doing that, then that was definitely a good recommendation. But I was gonna say, my instinct reaction when I saw this woman enter the room, because I was trying to shut the door, and then when I saw she was coming, I just dropped to the floor on my back, the same position like I sleep, and she got this close to me, and I knew the second I locked eyes with her, I lost. And when I woke up from that, because I was like done with that situation, I'm very good at waking myself up from dreams, like I'm really good at that. And I woke up from that, and I couldn't move for a couple seconds because I had goosebumps up my back, and it was like she was still there. And the second I just did this, and I was like, oh, she's not fucking there. I broke my sleep paralysis, but I had realized that when you're asleep, you can still have anxiety. You can still feel fear. And when you wake up from that, that's not right. Like there's no other situation where you go from unconscious to in fear and anxiety. That's what it is. It's crazy.
I've had so many times through my life. So like my family, if you trace our lineage, we come from like the Druids in Ireland, you know what I mean? And so like all that spirituality, like that kind of comes associated with that, has kind of been passed down still. I have an aunt who actively, like, you know, she digs in and like really absorbs all this. And one of the things she told me when I was really young, and I'd already experienced like a lot of stuff at that point, but she told me when I was really young that there was something following me. She would say, like, when she came over to visit, like, she would see somebody looking out the window of our house, and she thought it was me, but it wasn't. Like, and you know, this was through like multiple years. She was always like, she would always tell me, because she's, like I said, she's really tied into the Druidic stuff without so much of the Christian stuff. And so like she would tell me, like, I had seer's eyes, like I had the eyes of a seer, and like it was my, you know, I was gonna get the dreams and the visions and the stuff like that she gets. And and so one of the things that kind of came through the course of that, I strongly believe that for a good portion of my life, not so much in recent years, but for a good portion of my life, there has been something that's followed me, like to the point that I've woken up several times, like knowing kind of, and you triggered me thinking about it when you mentioned that, but I've woken up knowing, like I can almost see it in my head, but I've woken up knowing that if I open my eyes, like it's right here, just staring at me. You know what I mean?
And that's what, dude, I think you got planted anxiety and fear at a very young age. Like if she never told you that,
possibly
you might just be slightly more normal.
A spirit of fear is not from God. So like that dream that I had with the running over the bodies and stuff. Like, to be honest with you, I was not afraid. There was no fear. It was disturbing.
Yeah.
But there was no fear in that dream. Now remember, Alpha, when I went up north, I went over the bridge and I was taking pictures of being over the bridge.
Yeah.
I got attacked.
Yeah.
I got attacked in that hotel.
Yeah.
Like, I take my Bible everywhere when I go on a trip, right? So it was open in the room.
Yo, what up, April G?
So the night before we left, I started getting this fear. All right, now the Mackinac Bridge, I don't know if y'all know the Mackinac Bridge, but it's 5 miles long. It goes over, it's a suspension bridge, and it goes over the Lake Michigan, right?
Nope.
Oh, it's huge. So
nope, fuck that.
No, right, dude. So I'm sitting there and I started getting afraid of going over the bridge.
I'm
like
getting
out of
afraid
nowhere
right now thinking about the bridge.
Right.
Okay,
so like I started getting afraid. I don't get afraid, man. I really don't. I just don't. And there was a fear, like a real, like in my gut fear of why. And I was thinking to myself, why am I afraid of driving over this bridge? Then I had a vision and a dream of my car and me and my wife and the bridge collapsing. Me falling into the water. Then I woke up and I went outside on the balcony and I grabbed a cigarette and I grabbed my Bible and I opened the Bible up and I started reading and I was like, Lord, what is going on? Like, why? What is going on? And then I went to sleep, and when I woke up the next morning, we were going to leave. I looked at my wife and I said, we got to go right now. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, we're leaving right now. And we pulled up to the bridge, and you got to pay a toll. When we got to that toll, I looked at her and I looked up, and then I looked down and I said, not today.
Yeah.
And I calling your bluff. And I drove across the bridge.
Yeah.
And it was legit an attack from him. He was like, dude. I was so scared. I was literally looking at maps of streets on Google to go all the way through Wisconsin and drive all the way around Lake Michigan and come back. Like, and that's not me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'd have fucking drove all the way around, because I'm telling you, number one, I don't fuck with bridges. But like, no, like, so the thing is, like, right there, my thing is too, like, legit, and this is like a manifestation of my anxiety. But like, I have that shit. I have like those vivid like dreams or whatever they are while I'm driving. Like, if I like it's literally, for me, like, if I'm driving across a bridge, it's like I've got a fucking, like, not even 10 and 2. It's like 11 and 1. You know what I'm saying? Like
white knuckle,
11 and 1, and I'm just sitting here. I'm like, focused in on whatever fucking line I can look at. I'm like, we're getting across this fucking bridge, because I'm the worst. And this is the thing, I would way rather drive than fly places, but like, my anxiety like triggers so much when I'm driving long distances, like to the point when I'm going through, like, I'm looking at like a big truck, like a 18-wheeler. If it's passing me or I'm passing it, like, I'm like, what if its fucking wheel blows out or something, like tire blows out or something? And I'm like, if this shit fucking happen, like, and my mind will not just stop there. I'm like, oh, this shit's gonna come over toward me, and bro, I'm such
rebuke
a
it. You gotta rebuke it, bro. You gotta rebuke it. That's what that is. And that was my lesson. Like, I'm 100 that's what my lesson was in that was, it was legit God showing me, hey, he's gonna attack you like this, and you just gotta you gotta fight it. You know what I mean? And rebuke it. And I was lost. Like, at first I was scared. Like, I'm like, what is going on? Why am I so scared?
Right.
So I had another incident that happened just today, actually. I have this right here.
Yeah.
It's Ephesians. It's the armor of God that I wear everywhere I go. So when my buddy who's doing my driveway right now, right? He had a worker that was with him when they came and appraised my my driveway. So we had conversations with him and my neighbor, and we were talking Bible stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I said, hey, I'm gonna buy y'all one of these, right?
Yeah.
Because y'all need them. Need it. You need the armor of God. You need to go to the Bible. So I bought 2 of them. My daughter just went to college. I gave her one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He shows up today, and he had fired the other dude.
Oh, damn.
I only had one.
Yeah. I want one, honestly.
Is that not like,
no.
wow.
Yeah.
I bought 2 of them, and then he ended up getting fired because, get this, he was toxic.
Well, he needs it then.
Wow. Like I mean, yeah, he needs it, but the funny thing is I didn't keep it for him, and that's kind of scary. That's kind of like, I mean, it's crazy. I don't know.
No, it is.
It's amazing because God's amazing, but at the same time, it's like, wow,
Yeah.
like mind blowing.
Mm-hmm. I want to back up real quick. April G did say she saw the title of this live and was intrigued. I do want to throw out there, unfortunately, as I've had to explain to a few others tonight, the title was complete clickbait.
Complete.
It was the result of a conversation we had last night during Alpha Tuesday, kind of discussing, how the algorithm is playing right now, and it pushes. And honestly, like, we've kind of seen that actually play out while the live has been going, because it
like on a local level. I mean, look, April G tapped in.
Yeah.
Like, that's proof.
But it has kind of reached some people that normally Alpacas and Cameltoes don't hit.
True.
I do want to say here's the view, just so I don't like go through the stream without like fully elaborating my view. I will not be taking the vaccine. It's not, I do not condemn anyone who does. I don't want to say that it should be outlawed or anything like that. If you choose to take it, you choose to take it, and that is a choice that you should have the absolute freedom to make. I respect your decisions to do so. But for me personally, I've had COVID twice. Natural immunity has a very strong case going for it. And so I see no benefit in my life to taking the vaccine. And that is a hill that I am willing to die on
Same here.
When there's significant medical evidence saying that natural immunity to COVID is at least as sufficient as vaccine immunity, I should not be mandated to take a vaccine to keep my job, so on and so forth.
I agree. So before I forget, I did bring you a present, and I am going to mail it to you.
You brought me a present that you're going to mail me? Oh!
Mega size. That's a win. Dude, that's amazing. He's obsessed with them. Right? So obsessed with them. Nah, we're gonna make you eat a bowl, bro.
For anyone who that reference does not make sense to, I fucking do not like cereal. Okay?
Liar.
I don't like cereal. I do not like cereal. I don't eat cereal ever. And so,
you don't like cold soup?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, this is crazy. This is like the this is the silliness of it. Like, this shit, one of Mises's Operation 180 streams was literally derailed to the point that he could not get back to a biblical narrative one night because everyone was so concerned about my resistance to cereal. Okay,
it's pretty strange. Look, it's like if
don't
America,
like cereal.
if America had like, you know, I feel like early America, like 1900s America, really went for those cereal commercials, like the Wheatie commercials. I feel like you gotta like a little bit of some cereal, man. Not even one.
No, well, it keeps you young, bro. You're eating cereal when you were a kid, bro.
Yeah, not him apparently.
All that keeps me I'm so lactose intolerant. Like all it keeps me thinking of is like how bad I'm gonna have to shit for the next 12 hours.
Dude, use lactose-free milk.
That stuff is terrible. Okay, this
goat's milk.
I'm lactose intolerant, but I'm not a cuck. Okay, like I'm gonna drink some real milk. You know what I'm saying? Like if I want a glass of milk, like I want a real glass of cow titty milk. You know, like I don't want none of that other bullshit. Like I want it from a cow's tit.
Well, dude, I'm pretty sure those cow tits are like nasty these days, so I don't think you do.
I do. I want it straight from the cow's tit.
You want to see the pus coming out of it, bro?
Yes.
I'm not sure I want it.
I'll agree milk is yummy, but I don't know if I want the pus milk.
It's like the bowel, the intestinal strife that I'm gonna receive at the end of it is not worth it. And then second, it's like I just don't really like cereal that much because it's like when do you eat cereal? It's like when do you eat cereal? It's like
anytime.
In the morning.
Anytime. No, the answer is anytime.
Okay,
I woke up at like
bro,
noon
I'm that guy.
Hey,
have y'all seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Yeah.
I'm that guy. He's like, what are you eating? I'm eating a salad, and it's a big ass bowl of Captain Crunch.
See, I want the roof of my mouth all fucked up. Give me all the Captain Crunch.
Oh man, that used to be so painful. I used to hate that.
To me, it's like, okay, in the morning, I would rather have eggs, bacon, sausage, biscuits, gravy, like fried potatoes, like whatever.
I ain't gonna lie, that's for sure. But cereal's so much easier.
It's a little delicacy, bro.
It's just like,
but it's just no.
Eat.
It's like. So then the afternoon comes, like around lunchtime, like. Bro, give me like some tomato soup and a grilled cheese or something, you know?
Dude, have
like,
you ever had a grilled
combo.
peanut butter and jelly?
Yes.
They're popular now. They're
bro,
amazing.
It's fucking fire,
Yummy.
though.
Yummy.
Yeah. We have like a build your own burger place over here. It's like a bar too, which is cool as fuck.
Oh, and they got
that's
grilled.
one of them, bro.
What?
Like, you can just
they
have
got it at
them
a
make
restaurant?
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh, wow.
That's where I watch my fucking football on Sundays.
Dude, that's freaking awesome. I mean,
yeah.
it's so good, dude. The melted peanut butter is like the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and dude, Texas toast. I've had it on like legit buns instead of like just sandwich. Dude, oh my lord. Yeah, no, those are so good.
They are.
Yep.
No joke. Oh my. You know, it's funny because you don't usually hear people that eat usually ask that question and they're like, "What, really?"
Yeah, I think I just got lucky with that because I've had it a few times in my life, but it's always just been like, they have it here, yes please. Like I didn't even know like the peanut butter the grilled peanut butter jelly. Yeah, the grilled peanut butter jelly. Oh man. Okay. Oh man, I thought it was good.
I thought you guys were talking about peanut butter Captain Crunch or something like. I was about to nope on.
No, we moved on from the cereal. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Let's be real. Cereal, you are definitely in the 2% of people who don't like cereal.
I just don't like cereal. Like
I would say less than 1%.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it's low, bro.
It adds nothing to my life. It adds no sense of enjoyment. There is no fulfilling, and there's always something in any situation.
True.
I would rather have beef jerky than cereal, for example.
Like
I love beef jerky.
Here's your issue: you don't like chocolate, and you're lactose intolerant. So, like, as a kid, all I liked was Cookie Crisp cereal.
You don't like chocolate either?
No, I hate chocolate.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like it's a hard struggle for a man to like cereal if you can't like motherfucking milk or chocolate, man. Like that's all you could eat with. Just today I had dark granola like almond cereal. Like that shit was good as fuck. But it was
dude,
chocolate.
all I keep picturing Have y'all seen Band of Brothers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my goodness! All I keep picturing is that little kid that was, or no, maybe it was Saving Private Ryan. It was in one of those where there's a little kid that comes out of a bunker, and one of the soldiers hands the dude some chocolate, and he's got this big smile on his face, eating this big chunk of chocolate. It's huge, and the dad's like, he's never tasted chocolate before.
Yeah, I can't remember what that's from now. I think it is Band of Brothers.
I've tasted chocolate. I've tasted chocolate. I just don't like it. That's the thing. Some examples of chocolate I do enjoy.
Okay, there's certain kinds.
You know, like the 98% cacao, like the real dark chocolate that has
the bitter stuff.
Yeah, that has like the chili peppers in it and stuff. It's the chili
straight from Peru,
bruh. That stuff is fire, though.
That's funny that you like the real, authentic cacao, but well, let's be real. Most chocolate is also milk chocolate, so there is that.
Fair enough.
That's true.
That is, and I learned that as another lactose
dude.
intolerant
That means
man,
no s'mores.
Yeah, no, dude,
no
it's a real
s'mores.
issue. Yeah, I take lactate pills. I'm a normal man. If I want to binge some cheese or some milk, I'll take lactate. That pill just solve all my issues.
Listen, if I want a glass of milk, I just drink it and then
get the pain.
I fart my wife up for like 8 hours or so, and then just
enjoy a cheesy meal and just take a damn lactate, bro.
Hey,
no pain. There'll be no pain. Why do you want the pain?
I'll take the cleansing. I'll take the cleansing.
For what? You're making your life harder. You made an argument about what does this add? Well, how about this? You're adding bullshit to your life doing that. Just get a lactate pill and you'll be so happy. That's what it'll do for you.
Look, Sierra loves this game that we play though at night. Like after I drink a big glass of milk, we play this game where I fart and then I pull the blanket up over her head and give her a Dutch oven. Yeah. And we make sure that like it all wafts up there. She loves that game. Like I don't.
Oh man, dude, that's true too. You can't eat cheese either.
No.
Oh my goodness,
dude. Listen, it's a hard life out here, man.
I'm out, bro.
I do not love that game. Yeah, I'm like, I tell Germ, I'm just like, cover your face or I'm sorry. Like, I just rip ass and I'm just like, I'm sorry.
Not me. Like, I try to sneak
I'm a gentleman.
I try to sneak it in however I can. Like, whatever I've got to do
dude,
to
I
make
feel
sure.
so bad. It smells awful.
I just want to make sure
she
gets, like, the full effect of it. Like, especially the closer it gets to like the shit explosion, like
the worse it is.
What did I come back to?
That's what happens when you walk away.
Now we're on bowel movements. Oh my god.
What up, Ethic?
Yo, what up, G?
But that's the thing. Like, I'm lactose intolerant as fuck, and I don't like chocolate, but
no cereal and of any kind,
or cereal, no.
Not even with water. Just like in Friday, man, put water on that shit.
Water on that shit.
Though, like I can do like real talk. When I used to like dabble in cereal from time to time, the one that always brought me back was Raisin Bran.
Oh, what? That's like the worst.
The most plain
you're
fucking
fired.
Cereal ever.
Not even
Raisin
Bran.
Like,
Raisin Bran was always the one that I was just
crazy.
Like,
you're
that
crazy.
Shit's good.
That's funny
good
as
right
fuck.
there.
You didn't even like Frosted Mini Wheats, my dude?
No.
Those are America's fucking.
No Krispies.
That's America's fucking cereal right there.
Krispits? No, probably not. I don't know if I ever had those though.
Oh, that's one of my favorites.
Aren't those just? I thought those were just. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure.
Bro, I don't like chocolate. Also, what up, Jason? No, I don't like chocolate. Oreos, no.
Oh, dude, Honey Smacks were good. I like Honey Smacks.
Oh, I got some Honey Smacks up in my cupboard.
Honey Smacks were all right, but they got soggy.
I'm about to go get a bowl of cereal.
You gotta eat
them right here.
I agree. Yup. They get soggy way too quick. You gotta eat them when they're hard.
I don't think I've had Honey Smacks since I was in like preschool though.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So it was like, for me, it was Raisin Bran. I enjoyed the Special K every now and then.
True. I could see
fucking
that.
Honey Bunches of Oats is the bomb, but
Classic.
I usually eat those like dry, like no milk or anything.
Hard, man. It was really hard though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like grape nuts.
Make you feel like you're eating some.
Look at this. Hillbilly gets it. Raisin Bran's his favorite cereal. Come on now.
Hey, he said favorite cereal though. Like he actually eats cereal. He's a normal dude. You just like one cereal, okay? Like that don't count.
Don't like chocolate. Your bloodline is weak. No. My bloodline is strong. I like the pure chocolate. Y'all pussified with this milk chocolate bullshit. Like.
Oh yeah, no.
Yo, look who showed up. What up, Jason J? Unless he's.
You're talking about eating that baking chocolate. Oh, that is like the worst.
April G calling out corn pops right here.
Bro,
wow.
I love corn pops.
It's
I haven't been a big fan of them.
But it's like you get the legit aftertaste of corn. Like that's the weird thing. Like
that's because it's corn.
But it's too much corn. We don't need that much corn in the taste.
You can't roll with Raisin Bran, but you can roll with like corn milk.
I mean, it's good.
That's the taste buds for you, dude. They're just fucking weird.
You know, my
Cinnamon
man,
Toast Crunch.
My man Keith, my man Tigger over here, Biff Pizza, he gets it, okay? Talking about, yes, sir, honey bunches. Like, he gets where it's at.
I feel you. The corn one, I could not get behind.
Yo, I'll say this. I don't like Cinnamon Toast Crunch as a cereal, but that milk, like if somebody else gets rid of the cereal, like that milk after, that shit is the bomb, man. Like,
it's just like a cheesier version of horchata instead of rice milk.
Have you ever made your own cinnamon toast?
Sweetened corn.
I think, yeah. I mean, I got a girl who likes a lot of bacon.
Have you ever made your own cinnamon toast?
She has, yeah.
Just toast with butter and sugar and cinnamon.
And I don't be doing it. She does it all for me.
What the fuck was the response? Have you ever made your own cinnamon toast? Yeah, I got a girl that loves bacon.
Like baking.
Oh, okay. Because I heard
like
bacon, like
bacon,
like hog bacon,
she
like
be bacon.
Okay.
It's my double entendre.
I was like, germ fucking making like French toast with bacon. Yeah. Like what the hell? She know that shit don't go together, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, we
see the amazing conversations that come out of cereal, though.
Right, and you wouldn't know any of them because your ass never has it.
Right, and then think about the commercials when you were a kid, man.
It's okay. It's all right.
The commercials were good, and I'll say like one of my favorite parts of breakfast. One of my favorite parts of breakfast as a kid was like reading the cereal box and
reading
like,
the
seeing
cereal
the
box
on it and stuff. Yeah,
but without eating cereal.
He just had his one. Remember, he just had the one box. Anytime they updated it, it was a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, look at this.
That's the truth, though.
I mean,
yeah.
See, no, the games are shit now because my wife eats cereal, and so she's got some upstairs. But it's like I look at the fucking games on it, and I'm like, this is not the shit.
They're not the
horse
same.
Shit.
Yeah. Well, look, dude, that's just how it is. Look at remember the toys at McDonald's? They used to give some cool ass shit with their kids' meals. And I don't think they give away toys. Do they still give away toys?
Yeah, they're junk.
Cheap asses.
McDonald's? No, they got some bomb ass toys right now. Sierra,
really?
If you're watching the stream, like fucking come down here and show off some of these current Disney toys. Like
they stepping it up,
bro. Okay, so I've said the same
thing. So the cereal
thing.
Game really be slacking.
I've said the same thing like 1,000 times. I'm like, bro, when I was a kid, like I was getting like fucking Batman toys and shit and like all this cool shit. And it's like now. It's fucking like horse shit. Like they just throw you like a little puzzle you got to put together or something. You know what I mean?
Nah, a paper airplane.
Like
a paper airplane.
So
they do.
So
I'm not lying.
A few months back, they were doing legit, fully functional like miniature board games. They did like Monopoly, Trouble, like literally all the fucking board games that we had as kids. Yeah. Like, it was cool as hell. And then now, they're doing, like, a Disney anniversary. Did you bring me the bag? Yo, check this shit out. Hand me a couple of these. Like, no, fuck, you were supposed to open them and hand them to me. You fucked the game up. All right. Anyway, like, look at, okay, so we got like Minnie Mouse. Like, this is a legit for a child too. Like,
Yeah,
this is a
action
toy.
figure.
This is a toy, okay? And then they come with this badass base right here. I can't figure out how to put the shit together. Hang on, like, no, fuck.
This is what the highlight is, ladies and gentlemen.
Look
Is
at
this
this.
like a plug? We
Look
got
at
a
this.
plug going on here?
No, but I'm saying, like, it's worth looking at. It's like when you're done playing with it and shit, you know. Like, this clearly is not her base because she's on the wrong side of it. But it's like you got this cool little keepsake that, like,
Bro, I think you know what you should be saying right now. It's a little nifty, right?
Give me the Hot
Saying.
Wheels. Give me the
That's
Hot
pretty-
Wheels.
yeah.
Give me the Hot Wheels.
Put the Hot Wheels back in there.
Well,
That's
like
funny.
the toys were better when I was a kid, you know. Like when we were kids, like they were better.
The Hot Wheels.
But it's like,
All day
but it's
long.
like these right here. These are dope. And then like, do you have there's none of the board games down here, are there? Like, but the board games were dope. But I mean, like, even look at Gus right here from Cinderella. Okay, this is Gus. But like, look, he's not painted like fucking Helen Keller was at the assembly line. You know, like
Right.
he's actually like done up and shit. Like this.
They're
is
not
something-
as shitty as I thought.
This is something that
sure.
somebody could hang on to.
Look, does
you
it
know?
say made in China in it?
Uh-oh.
Where is this shit made?
We don't need to reveal that, otherwise we're gonna lose all the viewers.
No, it's not made in China.
Taiwan.
It's made in Vietnam, bitch.
Okay.
Vietnam, huh? Okay. Well, I'm sure they got a great grip on Minnie Mouse.
Reminds
they
me of
designed her
Cracker
well.
Jacks. Yep. Let's see.
Cracker
Geo got
Jack.
Pluto out
Wow,
of one today.
yeah.
I'm saying, like, they got the bomb shit. Give me, show me that Mad Hatter one. Give me that Mad Hatter. Look at this shit, okay? Like, I can't be the only Alice in Wonderland fan, but like, look at this shit. Like, this shit's made. Like, it ain't just fucking like they ain't paint spilling or anything. Like hand paint, it looks hand painted and shit. You know what I mean?
It ain't.
We're about to get a toy review section.
Nah, I'm sure it's not hand painted, but this shit, like, these sweatshop workers deserve a raise. What? The Sebastian? Yeah, Sebastian.
Oh my
He
Lord.
said
These
Sebastian's fucking the shit out of this rock right here. Like, look at this shit. Like, he getting his damn game on. Like, there are a couple of points of articulation here. Like, look at this shit. Like, I could twist him. Is his head? No. Okay.
No.
But like, I'm saying, you
No.
like Winnie the Pooh? We got fucking Piglet, bitches.
We got.
like,
I want
like,
Eeyore, damn it.
I want Eeyore too. Like,
Give
I'm
me the
just saying.
depression. Hit me in the face with it.
But I'm saying, like, yo, they stepping the game up lately.
They're doing better than I thought. That's for damn sure.
Let's see. What up, Jen? Hot Wheels. Tyler. No, I'm not working.
Yeah,
for
dude.
Disney. Fuck.
Can we? Honestly,
Flamboyant.
it's honestly. I think Hot Wheels won. Okay, I played a Hot Wheels game on the N64. That was one of the best games of my fucking childhood.
They got a new Hot Wheels game out right now.
Yeah, and I was just about to say I want to buy the new one.
It's
because
good.
It looks fucking.
It's good.
It looks so. Oh, they have the original cars in there too. Like,
Bro, it's fun. I'm
it
not
just
gonna lie.
made me think of playing it on the N64, and then actually, I remember once having like those. It was like a track that had like two spinning black things that you put the car in, and it would just.
Oh yeah, and it would shoot them.
Yeah, like that,
Yeah.
man. Like man, Hot Wheels. Who?
We
Like,
used
I'm
to
not
have all
even-
the cool
that
toys.
sounds awesome,
Bro,
We
I'm
had all
saying,
the cool toys.
I'm saying, like the toys.
Do you
used to be
do
the
y'all
bomb.
remember that remote control? It was like it was like this long, and it had like 8 wheels on each side, and it would crawl over stuff.
Oh, what
Do
was
you
it
remember that?
called? I never
I don't
got
remember.
one. I remember seeing them. Though,
I
'cause
had
people
one of
who
those,
were
dude.
older. Yeah, people who were older than me fucking had it.
I broke it in like a week.
Bro. Ethic just mentioned Beyblades.
I never heard of it.
Okay,
Is that the spinning one?
yes, but I think
I remember those.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they were like the little spinning tops that you put together. It was like a bottom, and then you put a weight disc on them, and then you put a top that was like
I
the
was too
attack
dumb
ring,
to ever
and you
play
just
with
spin the shit out of them and let them fight each other. Okay.
Yeah,
bro,
they'd go-
bro, I'm about to drop a bomb on you.
Uh-huh.
Pogs.
Yeah. No, I fucking love actually.
Pogs, dude.
Give me. Yeah, I was about to say. Let me see if you have one.
Well,
That
like
sounds
I said, I'm
something
about to
you'd
drop
have.
a bomb on you. Remember those? The bombs? You get those big slammers?
Check this shit.
The
Check this shit.
bombs.
You see this shit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pogs, bro.
See some of this shit, like.
Damn,
Props,
I don't think I ever had those.
You never had dude? It was fun. You put them
like,
face down on the ground, right?
Let's go.
And you got this like metal slammer that you would slam down on the pile, and whatever flipped over, you would take.
Okay. All of those. That's dope as shit.
I used to have this my whole wall was full of 8-balls because I collected the 8-ball ones.
Damn. Pogs.
That's crazy.
I'm just saying. But shout out to Tater Monkey. She sent me like I got a shit ton of these. These are like Hawaiian pogs.
Man, my childhood sucked.
She sent me a fuck ton of these a while back. Like, and I'm so thankful for her because I miss pogs so much. With the Beyblades, the only thing I want to say to Ethic about Beyblades, they still have them. They just fucking suck now because they took out like all the stuff.
Caught.
And so no, they're kid friendly now. And so like they made them like a solid piece because it used to be like you could take them apart and like switch out
and switch out the blades.
Yeah. And like now they're all kid friendly. It's a solid piece.
They're all the same.
They ain't no shit going on now.
Damn. Well, I mean.
What about a Slinky April G?
The Slinky. Shout out to the Slinky. The timeless
Yu-Gi-Oh
Slinky.
cards. I still have some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm saying
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Pogs. I don't think Pogs are still a thing.
I literally don't remember them, so I haven't heard of them today either.
Let's see.
Oh, nice Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
Have a half-inch solid steel slammer.
I had a big one, dude. It was like a bomb. It was massive.
I'm saying, awesome. Jason, like y'all asked us to make the extra show, and like this is just where these conversations come up. Like,
started with cereal.
It started with the Bible, huh?
It started with horror movies, actually. Like this whole conversation started. Like it's literally just followed the.
Where did we go with horror movies? Flow. I missed that.
What's your favorite? Oh, that was the first. that
was the recorded piece.
Yeah.
Yo, what's your favorite franchise, by the way, though, Wick? Like out of horror movies, horror franchises.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like any of them.
Really? Okay.
No, I'm not a big horror kind of like. I thought, okay, so when I was a kid, I used to like Nightmare on Elm Street, and what was the other one? Hellraiser.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I used to like those, but then I found my faith and started realizing that. Yeah.
Those two specifically, where they're just demons.
Yeah.
And then Saw.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I watched one of the Saws and was like, "Is this real?"
It's sadistic.
Like, is this
it is
real?
sadistic as fuck though. Like
dark.
That. So that's one of the things about the Saw movies. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning piece, and you know, I compliment it for being a super clever franchise. You know what I mean? Like all the clues are throughout and all that stuff. Like it's really well put together. But you have to, if you're gonna watch it, you have to kind of disassociate yourself from it. You know what I mean? Because it's sadistic as fuck.
It looked real to me, and I'm like, I don't want to watch this. I can't. Like this looks too real to me. This is too. And then the funny thing is if you really do some investigating, like the things that Ashton Kutcher's talking about and the things that Mel Gibson talks about going on in Hollywood, it kind of makes you wonder about some of the people that aren't well known in the actors in those movies. I don't know. It's just a little strange, a little odd. I don't know. I just kind of separate myself from it. But one of the movies that I thought was really well done, and I know I'm going to take some flack for this, is Blair Witch.
Oh, wow.
I like it. Yeah, yes.
Why would you take flack?
I don't know. The way they marketed that movie when it first came out was amazing.
It's so pop. It's almost a trend right now to hate on Blair Witch because people are like years later.
Where is that coming from,
bro?
What
no,
the fuck?
Legit, it really is though. Like because everybody's thing right now. Oh, I hate Blair Witch. I hate Blair Witch. Like, because it was marketed, like Wick said, it was marketed geniusly, okay?
Geniusly.
Like
they put out missing posters.
Yeah.
They put out missing posters.
It was pushed like this shit is real. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, like, all that hype building up, and then you watch it, and it's like, bro, is this shit real? Like this
fucking scary
what the
movie.
fuck is happening?
Kind of had you weirded out a little bit. Like, yeah,
it's a
it
scary
was.
fucking movie.
But it's like so many people right now are just so like, nah, I'm too cool for like found footage films.
Uh-oh, we lost our brother.
Uh-oh.
I want to know who else is too cool, huh? Who's
Wait,
too
what?
cool for the Blair
What
Witch?
the fuck just happened?
We got your
Anyway,
audio.
there he is.
Okay. Anyway, fucking whatever. Anyway, like no, there's this big kick right now where it's like fuck found footage films. Like everybody's too cool to watch found footage films,
Dude,
because
I
like
love that shit.
Blair Witch is lame, Paranormal Activity's lame, like
Did
all
y'all
that shit.
watch Blair Witch 2?
Yeah.
I thought Blair Witch 2
don't
was pretty good.
remember. I
Yeah.
don't think.
I thought they were all good, and I love Paranormal Activity. And it's like all these fucks out here are right now like, no, found footage is lame. Fuck found footage films. It's like, fuck you for like walk outside of reality for a second. Just be like, yo, this shit. What if this shit actually was happening?
I mean,
like,
witches exist.
Bro, did either
It's
of
real
you
thing.
watch the movies VHS? They're
Yeah.
horror movies.
No, they're-
VHS 2, 1, 3, all those movies, VHS 1, 2, and 3.
No.
no, I don't think I saw those. What up, Bill?
They're so
That's like
good.
watching Attack of the Cell Phones.
Attack of the Cell Phones.
What was that show? What was that movie about the cell phones that wanted to kill everybody?
No. It's called VHS because it's found footage, kind of like what he's talking about. Like people come across VHS.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
But
gotcha.
It's like 7 directors telling 7 different stories, and one of them's literally like a guy's a zombie apocalypse is going on, and he's a person, he's a jogger, a zombie bites him, and then he turns into a zombie, and then he's wearing a GoPro because he's a hiker, so you're seeing a footage of a zombie with a GoPro eating people, and like just 5 minutes or 8 minutes into it, he gets a phone call from his girlfriend, and he like looks at the phone and he kills himself because he has a little bit of humanity left, and so he kills himself because he'd rather die than have to live knowing he's a zombie.
How about this? How about
But that's
Ghost
just
in
like
the
an 8-minute
Machine?
movie. That's an
Bro.
8-minute.
Do y'all
little
remember
tale,
that?
And there's like 6. Oh yeah, Ghost in the
Ghost in the Machine.
Yeah, dude, that and like White Noise, like those movies.
White Noise is fantastic. It never gets
Yeah.
love, but it's fantastic.
Yeah, those movies.
Yo,
Or Poltergeist.
Poltergeist
is
was
good.
The first
honestly
one
one
scared
of-
the
That was one of the first movies I saw like in a VHS in front of me.
How do you guys feel about B movies, like specifically
That
horror
movie
B
was
movies?
fucking scary, bro.
Wait, B movies? What are B movies?
Like B movies, like shitty low budget films and everything.
I think they have potential. I mean,
Bro!
yeah.
April G just shouted out The Exorcism of Emily Rose. That movie actually scared the fuck out of me. Okay,
too.
like
Isn't it real?
Me too.
Yeah,
Isn't
it's,
it real?
it's based on a
It's
true
real.
story. Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
another one, Amityville.
Amityville.
Oh, yeah.
That was real,
was
too.
tough.
Amityville's a real.
but-
That's in Detroit, isn't it, or something?
No, it was in
Or Michigan. I thought it was somewhere in Michigan.
no.
I guess
I
I'm
think it's
wrong.
South.
You think about Eminem right now.
Yeah.
Mentally ill in Amityville.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
figured he
no,
was
it's not
referencing his
that.
home.
No, Amityville is actually like, I don't know. You'd have to look it up. It's in the southern state somewhere. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Let's
On the
see.
coast.
Missouri? Oh, never mind.
Wait, is it in Maryland? Hang on, let me look this up.
I think it might be Maryland. I think you might be right, but that was real. That was a real thing that happened to that family.
Those things are terrible. Exorcism, Emily Rose, anything that's real, it's just like
The Exorcism of Emily Rose is fucking terrifying. Okay, Ocean Avenue. Let's see. Amityville is on the south shore of Long Island, New York. Okay, I was wrong.
Wow.
Okay, so it was in New York. My bad.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay. That's the last place I was expecting.
Amityville's tough, but The Exorcism of Emily Rose, absolutely fucking terrifying. But no, B movies, like B movie horror movies, like because they're made low budget and shit. Me and my buddies, we used to when I was in college, we would fucking go up to my boy Clay's house, and we would get like this big wagon wheel pizza because there were like 6 of us.
I mean,
you know?
technically, weren't all the horror films B movies?
No, well, yeah, kind of, yeah, but like
I mean, for
they
real.
spawned franchises, but like I'm talking like
B-movies
shitty
today,
ass B
right?
movies,
What
like
about B-movies
shitty
today?
B movies, yeah, and these are mostly newer. So we would buy like this big ass wagon wheel pizza, right? And like we would each get a 6-pack of beer, and we would all like chip in on the wagon wheel pizza, and we go back and watch like a couple of B movies and shit while our wives and girlfriends like went out and hung out, you know, and this shit, man, I've seen so many shitty B movies that are just so ironically hilarious.
Yeah. Dead Snow.
There is one. It's called Wolf Cop, and it used to be on Netflix.
Wolf Cop?
Yeah, Wolf Cop.
Wolf Cop.
Wolf Cop. It used to be on Netflix. I don't know if it still is. And I won't spoil the movie in case you guys decide to watch it. But there is a scene where literally, and this is what you only get from B movies, okay? Like this Wolf Cop is taking a piss at a urinal. Obviously, it's a B movie, so it shows his dick.
Oh my goodness.
When he sees the full moon and the werewolf rips
No, I
out.
don't want to see that
Yes!
transformation.
Yes!
I don't
And
want to
it's
see
terrible.
that transformation.
It's terrible. Okay. Couple of other B movie horror titles. I'll just give you the titles in case you want to fucking like run through them. Rubber.
Oh, Rubber's the shit.
Yeah!
The
Yeah!
shit.
Yes!
Yo, the rubber. That tire was like, oh, you don't wanna love me, bitch? I'ma kill you. Like, yo, that tire. And then at the end, bro. Oh my god. I love that movie. I could watch it today. I saw it once, and I could watch it today. It's about a fucking psychologically disturbed telekinetic tire that can kill people. It's fucking incredible. It's just a tire. It's not even a wheel.
just a tire.
It's just the rubber of a tire. There's no fuck. It's
All right, now tell me this. Since y'all love the horror movies so much, would y'all have done Fear Factor? The original one. The original one.
Oh, I don't know
The original one that was on
I only know-
MTV where they took you to scary places. You remember that?
Oh,
Or it was
I
called
would-
Fear. It wasn't
Okay.
Fear Factor yet. It was just called Fear, I think.
I
And
can do that.
They went to a prison, and they had to sit in an electric chair that was in the prison.
Sure.
Oh, tainted energy, bro. You're just tainting your
Yeah,
energy.
no thanks. I'm good. I don't need a.
I thought you were about to say the Joe Rogan fear. I'm like, I couldn't do that. I couldn't just eat horse shit and bull dick or something and then
yeah.
jump from a helicopter and land on a goddamn traffic cone. I can't do none of that. No, like I'm not capable.
No, that show. I think it only lasted like 2 seasons. It was on MTV, and it was.
Oh man.
It was actually pretty good, but I don't
Damn.
know why they
I
like they
like
put the
that stuff.
cameras where they had the cameras right here,
Uh-huh.
and it was looking up at their face.
Oh,
So like while they're sitting there in the dark, pitch black, in a
Yeah.
freaking electric chair, that who knows how many people died in. Like, nah. Like okay,
Yeah,
so y'all like
yeah.
sit in the cemeteries then?
I haven't. I think there's something to pull from that though. Like I feel like. Are you Star Wars fan at all, Wix? Star Wars.
I mean,
a
I
little
love
bit?
the original ones.
Okay, so like I like the dark side a lot. Like I like in Star Wars, I love that concept. And
Yeah.
so like for a little Star Wars, I feel like I could meditate in a graveyard and feel protected in a way that like I'm not gonna be like just attacked. I feel like there's energies at rest that aren't all evil there. I feel like it's like, hey, I'm sitting in a position where I might be able to tap into energy. You know, like I feel like that's my approach. I could be totally wrong. When I actually get there, I'm like terrified, you know.
Sure.
But I think the potential to absorb some sort of energy is there. Hopefully it's not all evil or, you know, but I feel like there's
I mean,
good
most
people die too.
yeah, but they're not in limbo though.
They're not at limbo lingering around. I mean, well, interesting
To be
thing.
fair.
Dreams, right? My dreams. My grandma, for so long after she passed away, year or two, would visit my dreams so much. And they were like, I figured out that she hadn't moved on yet. Like she was confused that she even died. Like I had so many I've spent hours crying to my grandma in my dreams and communicating with her. So I know for certainty whether it's bullshit or not. For my own psychological understanding, I know she was lingering in that realm, and she's not a bad person. I had to explain to her how she died. She neglected her health towards the last 10 years. She was spiraling depression, next thing she knows, she was dead and she didn't even realize it because of natural causes. Like nothing, she wasn't murdered or anything sad, but like,
yeah,
there is lingerers that aren't necessarily evil. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of you gotta, even the evil, I feel like there's that chance to, and that's my nature. I've told Tyler this, like I'm the type of dude where I'm gonna try to love something that's gonna kill me. You know, like I'm just I'm wired that way. I
think the thing is, you know, when we talk about spirits left on Earth, I think we always kind of like look back toward demons being on Earth, but we don't give a ton of like credence to angels being on Earth too. You know what I mean?
They're present, which is.
I'm saying, I mean, it ties into the whole Cain and Abel story that we were talking about earlier too, because Cain's spirit will be a vagabond and a thief in the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And if you fall to Satan's trap, you will be a vagabond and a thief in the earth.
So,
that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Right. Oh shit! Tyler's on Biden's OnlyFans.
No, I did.
I did.
Literally, check this out, okay?
Yo, I'm subbed.
Look,
the floral. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. So check this out for real. Like sharing my screen right now, unprovoked. As soon as you say this, look at this. I had it up in the background the entire time. Okay, I just had it muted, and I'm dropping a like right now to make sure that you got it. I thought I was already subscribed to the page, but there we go. Either way,
man.
I did have it. I did search it up. I did search it up, and I have had it playing in the background the whole time. So the view was there. The watch time is there. So no. I had it going. Okay.
That's funny, man. That's funny. I'm so glad he popped in.
And I am also not on Biden's OnlyFans.
I'm just questioning that.
Just to clarify.
You didn't watch his show.
It was up. I gave it the time. So the problem was, like, we normally, Alpacas and Cameltoes is normally 2 hours, like an hour of us private, and then like an hour or an hour and a half of us public. And we've gone 3.5 hours right now just because.
True. I do need to eat some dinner.
The conversation has been phenomenal. Like, it really has. Like, riveting conversation. So I want to close, I guess, like, because we're way over what we would have shot for. I want to ask you guys both a question that I've come back to a few times since we kind of got back to the spiritual conversation. Let me ask you guys something just to ponder for a second. And I'd like to know your genuine thoughts. Do you think, and I'm not talking in terms of our capabilities or anything crazy like that, do you think that heaven would be a place that we could theoretically reach? Do you and what I mean by that, is it on the same plane of existence that Earth is, that we physically are right now? If we were able to make it to wherever heaven is, do you think that we could physically reach it?
Now, my first instinct,
hey, at least you know where you're going. You know where you're going.
The Bible.
Yeah.
So April says no.
I opened to Psalm 133.
Uh-huh.
And it's Behold. You want to know the title?
Sure.
Dwell together in unity.
Okay.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Mm-hmm.
It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, and the dew of Hermon. What's Hermon? Mount Hermon. And as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. So, I'm going to say this, since I just read what I just read. I would say, if we could, because you said, can we climb that, like the mountain of Zion? Can we get there? I would say if we could, you wouldn't see anything.
So you don't think it exists here?
So
no, it's here. It's
Okay.
present. It's in our reality. Heaven is here. Obviously, there's interaction between heaven and earth. So, but if you could, unless God pulled the veil back, you wouldn't see it.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So it's like a sixth sense.
Do you think and now that's the case, or do you think even after this life, like you don't think it would ever be possible to see unless he granted it? You're saying, like,
that's
no
what
matter
I'm saying.
what form you're in. Okay.
Now,
so
all right.
You don't think
so,
you get a form maybe that he allows you to see it without necessarily unveiling it himself? Like your next natural form is like to be able to go there per se.
I'll say this. Okay. So there's different levels in faith with God, right?
Definitely.
So if you read the book of Enoch, the first passage in the book of Enoch specifically states that it's only for certain people at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
Only they will read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why it's in the Bible. Now, there's two people that did not suffer death in the Bible, and that's Enoch and Elijah. They were just taken by God, both of them. So literally they said, you were such a good servant. You did such a good job. God said, come dwell with me in heaven.
Wow.
Without death.
So what did they do?
They were faithful and good servants. They did good in the Lord's eyes, and he said, okay.
Are they now like serving him as angels, or they just residing up there? Like
that's a good question.
Because that makes me wonder, like I immediately, like, that's very selective. So like when Abel does everything right, he gives him his best seed that he has as an option. He doesn't, say don't go through death. You're still going to go through death. But
now the funny thing is with Abel is it doesn't say what happens with Abel.
Well, but you know what I'm saying though, right? All these people who have done nothing but good for the Lord in his name rather than for themselves, they're not. So it's just like, why are those two selected? Is that information even known to us? Is it just like
I think it comes back to a lot of our works, especially if we struggle in Christ, a lot of our works are going to be struggle, specifically in the long term.
It's
why
a test.
We have to toil through. The thing is, I have very solid faith. Does that mean that my faith is on par with Abel's faith at the time? Does that mean that
with Enoch's?
Yeah. Or any number of characters, and part of the strength of my faith personally comes from the struggles against my faith. And so I do think a lot of us, when we go back to our true
so
I guess character and strength of faith really does come back to the struggles that we've gone through. And so I think for a lot of us, when we look at why do God-fearing people go through all of the
trials,
but all these trials and everything, but somebody can live a horrible life, find God on their deathbed, and exit without the trials, or why does it seem like evil people have such an easy ride? I think because each of us are on our own walk, and we really have to
there's different rewards too.
What
you sow on earth you will sow in heaven. What you loose on earth you'll loose in heaven. What you
reap on earth you'll sow in heaven.
Yes,
but it's not known what they did. It's just known that they
Elijah did all kinds of stuff. Elijah was he split water. There was all kinds of stuff he did. He did miracles beyond and prophesied. But here's the kicker that I wanted. Okay, so all the people in Adam's descendants, lived close to 900 years. So were they living in a godly reign on earth? Think about that for a second.
Well, I think you can see like the shortening of lifespans as we move further away from Adam and Eve. I think it's because of the incremental increase of sin in the world, and we already know that sin is what actually leads to our death, leads to our
let
downfall.
me read you something real quick out of Genesis 5, okay, about Enoch. And let me tell you what it says. And Enoch lived 65 years and begat Methuselah, and Enoch walked with God.
Sure.
There you go.
After he begat Methuselah 300 years and begat sons and daughters, and all the days of Enoch were 365 years. 365 years, that's 365 days in a year. That's a full circle.
Mm-hmm.
And Enoch's mentioned here, and then it says, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him.
Okay.
Okay, so he was not. So his book's not in the Bible because he was not, for God took him. Okay. So, in my opinion, I think all these people in Adam's descendants were living in a godly reign on earth where he actually dwelled with people.
Sure.
So it says in Revelation that that's going to happen again.
Sure.
Right? Now, if you look at the Dark Ages lasted almost 1,000 years. And we know nothing about that time frame in history at all.
Sure.
Now, what would a godly reign on earth be to Satan?
It would be invisible. I mean, it
would be Dark Ages to him because he has no power.
Sure.
Think about that one. Ponder that one for a little bit.
So does that mean because it's to go back to the balance? Are we back in the Dark Ages? Or are we in the opposite? Is the light now here? And now,
no, we have been in the dark reign for a while.
Now, how is that? That's what I don't think I don't know how that's defined, because
the greed, the corruption, the lying, deceit.
But that's news, man. That's like if I.
That's always that's in the whole earth right now. It's been that way for a long time.
Right, but I'm saying balance. There's never gonna be. That's why we're still here. That's why everything is still as it is because just as much evil there is light. There is no one without the other. Darkness is absence of the light.
Let me tell you this much. All right, from Enoch, who was taken by God, right, to the flood, it's 2,000 years. From Jesus to now is 2,000 years.
Sure, and there are a lot of charts that go through charting the time. The problem that we run into when we kind of map it out like that, for devil's advocate's sake, is that there is a lot of lost time that we can't accurately map. But if you do follow the generations in the Bible, there are a lot, at least leading up through that first 4,000, that we can pretty accurately track out.
Yeah. Well, it's just, to me, I don't think a lot of what's happening is a reflection of evil. Like, through the darkest times, the brightest light will emit. And
right, because we dwell with the evil. That it says that in the Bible, that we will dwell amongst them.
Which is why it's hard for me to think that we
But then there will be a godly reign where there is peace on earth and where there is no evil.
I just don't think we can decide whether we're in a time of dark or light, because I can have the most incredible life.
Sure.
Well, it's the principalities.
Right?
You have to look at the principalities, the people in control, not normal everyday people.
Why do I need to do that?
Because the people in control are the ones that control the principalities.
But they have nothing to do with my God, right?
No, they don't. But that's right. But what I'm saying is, okay, so the original question was reaching heaven, right?
Can you
physically do it? Okay, so first of all, going back to that, Enoch and Elijah did it. Okay, they were on a different level of faith than everybody else.
But God took them; they didn't do it themselves.
while we circle back to this, I do want to point out real quick. I do want to pause because April posted this one. John 18:36 says, Jesus answered, my kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight that I should not be delivered to the Jews, but now is my kingdom not from hence. So again, though, we are talking about the world. We are talking about where we physically are.
Right.
But we're talking about a plane of existence.
But it also says that God's kingdom will come down. On the earth.
And I do want to point out, I do think this is one thing that we don't think about often, but literally for us to think that heaven exists outside of our plane of existence requires us to think that there are multiple realities, basically, that there are multiple planes of existence, which I don't necessarily believe.
Well,
I do, because God
reality,
exists on a plane.
But hold up, because you guys are kind of taking this into a different context, because again, that's where I got back to on Wick's original statement. Are we talking about kind of a sixth sense that we're just not attuned to? Yes. And I believe that exists, because I mean, you can even look at how a cat reacts to a spirit in a house. And
well, I mean, in the Bible, it talks about how when they're going up before an army, and God pulls the veil back and shows the army of God that is behind him and behind the 300. Right? Wasn't it the 300 that's the story that's part of? And the 300 defeat the whole empire. So, I mean, I personally believe it can be reached. It's just, like I said, there's different levels of faith, and there's you have a relationship, and then you have.
We have two, and I bring this up for a purpose. There is an end state that I'm working toward in saying this, but you have two. I mean, you have the story of the Tower of Babel. Going back to the story of the Tower of Babel, they were building to reach heaven. Like they were building.
That's not possible.
Not gonna happen, but that was their goal. You know what I mean? Right. We have, when God created the earth, he created the upper and the lower heavens. There are layers.
That's the purpose of skyscrapers today too.
I gotta ask you this question then, Tyler. Do you think when you dream, like that's a different dimension, or is that because you can't physically go there? You're laying there, and someone looking at you is like, what the fuck just happened? What do you mean you just dreamed of this happening? Like, so to you, is a dream not a different dimension, or is it just classified as something else?
You have to think of where our souls are in that question.
Well, no, not religion. Like, don't put religion in just that question. Like,
I'm not putting religion in that. I'm not putting in religion in that, because the thing is, there's an existence of a soul, whether that's tied to religion or not. There is an essence that is you, that is not your brain. It's not your heart. It's not how the things function inside of your body. There is an essence of you.
But
that is
you think that's your
this.
Dream? You think your soul's your dream and not your brain?
No.
Oh, okay. So then what do you mean?
Well, if you would let me finish.
Well, I'm asking you questions, bro. Like, you can't just like... I'm in brain picking mode. Like, you got to answer these.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Like, okay, so you have your soul, which very clearly exists outside of your body. I think there are different layers of existence. I don't think that they necessarily exist outside of one another. I think that there are different layers of existence. It's just like when we talk about, okay, what can a cat see that we can't see? Because
a lot.
Exactly. There is a realm inside of our existence that we just are not attuned to. Whether it's what we can't see, it's what we can't hear, it's what we can't feel. Sure.
Where Cain was sent. Nod.
And it very well may be not. I have no idea what it is, but again, this is the whole purpose of bringing this, because it's where do we go? Do I think that there are multiple timelines of events? Time travel, so on and so forth. No, but are there different layers of existence? I believe there absolutely are, and I believe that comes from the attunement of our senses. But the reason I asked the question about can we physically reach heaven, I think that we could theoretically physically reach heaven. We will never have the technology to be able to do so, but physically I believe heaven does exist in the same realm of existence that we do, because I think that that is built
it says
into
that in the Bible,
what we are
straight
taught.
up.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of people lose sight of really thinking, because they get caught up so much in the extra dimensional, in the looking up through so many different things. I think that a lot of that people lose sight of. This is all here, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not talking in any of these instances that we've gone through tonight. We're not talking about, just a completely just warp from what you can attain. And that's why when you go to lucid dreaming and everything, again, that's when you're looking from, your mind, your soul, your spirit actually separating from your body. You're having an out of body experience, but where is that? And again, is that not? Is that in? What is that in? Because
and that's what I was trying to point out is I when I brought that up earlier is I think that there's a connection. So if you have a godly spiritual connection and you have a relationship, then you will be brought to that place and you will be granted certain things. It may be dreams. It may be prophecy. It may be a song. I mean, have you ever heard, I know you have, of like artists, the best songs they ever write are written without thought. Like this just boom, and it's there, and it happens right now, and it's done. And I personally believe that is literally God speaking through them. So they had a connection while they were asleep. They were brought to a place. They had a download, and then they woke up. If that makes any sense, I don't know how that works. Obviously, nobody knows how that works. But but then you also have the other side where you have the fear, and fear comes from the other side.
Sure, definitely.
The nod, if you will. Fear comes from the spirit of Cain, or from the curse of Cain, or from that. There's two lineages. That's what you got to know.
Yeah.
And if you look at the lineage of Noah, even in Noah, he had 3 sons, and one of them was not godly. Nimrod. That lineage of Nimrod was not good. And ironically, it's from the son Ham.
Ham? That was a person's name?
Jesus sent the demons into pigs.
Yeah.
And the Noah's son who was bad was named Ham.
So that's why you can't eat pork?
Bot's like, I gotta read this shit now. He's like,
I never knew why. Is that why Jews can't eat pork?
It's because it's a dirty animal. They eat garbage.
Dude,
pigs are unclean. Actually, if you go back, we were talking in the first hour. We were talking about like when man was given dominion over animals.
Right.
And we were talking about like certain things being laid out for certain animals, so on and so forth. That's one of the things. If you even go back then, man was to eat from the animals that have a forked hoof, which a pig, if you look at its feet, does
they're
not.
all forked.
Well, no, they're not. They're disgusting. Actually,
I thought fork just means they're split and they're not together.
Well, it is, but a forked hoof, specifically, like
a cow has a round hoof. A cow has a round hoof, and a pig has a split hoof.
Yeah, like the little.
Now, this is my take on that. I don't think it's you're not going to go to hell for eating pork.
Well, no.
I think it's more a warning saying it's not good for you.
No,
and if you look at the history of pork, it's not good.
Like you shouldn't leave that open to interpretation. That's shit I hate about this.
Hold up. No. Calm down, guys. Because we're talking like Old Testament times. We're talking like how pigs were initially intended to go out. They were not to be eaten because they were unclean. Again, if you look at a pig, a pig does not have a hoof. It's just got like nasty ass feet. And like they
evolved, bro?
They trample in shit all day. They eat literally fucking anything that you throw down, and that's where it goes back to pigs are fucking disgusting animals. They really are disgusting animals. And literally, they thrive on being disgusting animals. Now, but again, when you go back to when man was told not to eat pigs, that was at a time where they weren't able to process, they weren't able to clean, they weren't able to actually take the pig apart as we can today. So again, I mean, you're looking at a different covenant. You're looking at a different period. The fact is,
I still think it's a warning that, I mean, dude, people get heart disease from eating pig.
Well, yeah, but if you
so I mean, you can look at that either way, I guess.
You see why that shit shouldn't be open to interpretation. Well, we need annotations on every Bible so we can all be on the same page. All right.
It is pretty cut and dry. I mean, you do there's sicknesses that come from eating pig. And if you eat pig that's not cooked right and not cooked properly, it could be even worse.
Sure.
If you eat raw pig, for instance.
And there is
pagans eat raw pig.
There's a significant amount of like I said, a number of rabbit holes that you can go down.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll shout out Geminator real quick asked, are you letting some guests come on for a while? Well, we're an hour and a half. We're an hour and a half past where we had planned on
we had this guest on
going,
for a while.
Yeah, so
I'm
probably
sorry.
not tonight.
No, we love it. That's nothing but beauty, man.
Scheme stopped by and said, "Sup,
what up,
punks?"
Scheme?
I'm sure that you're gone by now, but hello, Scheme.
True.
Let's see. April showing love and support. Love this conversation. If you let others join, I will.
Oh, nice.
Actually, April G, $5 makes you the donor of this stream. So unless unless something else happens like next stream, we would be glad to have you in the hot seat next week.
Hell yeah! I got a lot of questions for you, April G. Got a lot.
I just want y'all to know, if y'all want me in the hot seat again, hey.
Yeah, I'd love, dude.
I'm open for conversation. It ain't even gotta be the hot seat. We can just have another biblical conversation wherever you want to be.
I agree.
I love talking Bible.
Scheme still here?
What rabbit hole? Let me go grab my shotgun. Yeah, apparently.
What rabbit hole?
You know, and with Scheme, it's interesting. Like, if I was not so committed to the thought that I know Bot wants to eat, and I'm ready for this stream to kind of taper down because I'm also hungry. I would really love to have Scheme on this conversation, because the thing is, for anybody who doesn't realize, Scheme probably knows the Bible more than most of the people that you will encounter who thump it. Even though Scheme is not particularly aligned with it in his personal ideology, not that he's opposed to it. But
he's a smart man.
It is well, if I'm not wrong, and Scheme, if you're in the chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Like I believe Scheme used to be a youth pastor. Bro, on a lighter note, how do you feel about the band Starset?
Starset.
Starset. Let me see. I don't know.
Starset. Is this about to be like a really?
Do I even know Starset?
Are we about to get like a gold little nugget here? Is that what we're about to get?
I don't know if I even know Starset.
I know I'd never heard of them. That's for damn sure.
According to what I've read in the last 10 seconds on Wikipedia, I do not know Starset.
How do you feel about the band Starset? I wish I could feel away because I don't know them.
No, I don't know.
Are they pop punk? What do we got here?
Starset stands come for me heavy since I've been requested to react to them. They super basic and safe pop.
Oh, okay. I like how Scheme just gets in front of all those fucking stands.
To any reactor who has ever dealt with an annoying fan base, the video will be therapeutic. Bro, I'll you know what? Fuck it. I'll do a reaction to Starset and figure it out, and then
just to dip into it.
If I piss them off, or if I feel any sort of way or anything, like, I'll just join. Like 90% of my YouTube time is spent like jumping in on Scheme's beefs anyway with rabid fan bases and scolding them, especially because I always notice, like with Easy Mill, with Nightwish, like like my comments are not terribly off from what Scheme says. I think I just say it nicer. And
Probably.
I never have like the rabid responses he does. And so like I'll always end up commenting on his thing. Like Easy Mill was the best example because like Easy Mill, like Scheme got beef with Easy Mill, and then I commented, I was like, y'all need to chill. And then like these assholes like started like responding to me, like just going ham on his thing, and then it spilled over into my Easy Mill reactions, and they're like, do you still mean what you said here? And I'm like, I didn't say anything fucking. Yes, I fucking mean what I said here. Like, I didn't say anything different. I'm just like,
They're keeping you in check, bro.
bro, it's literally, it's like, he said it was a troll song. I said it was a troll song.
Yeah.
Like, what is the difference? You guys just liked how I said it better? Like, I don't know.
People are weird, bro. Fuck these
It's the next
stands.
stream for me to be in the hot seat next Wednesday at about
Wednesday.
7 p.m. Eastern time, but like dinner usually makes us late, so
Holy crap! It's freaking 1 o'clock.
yeah.
We
Bro,
go
like,
crazy on here.
dog, these stream, and like to me, since the beginning of this, since we started recording, like it doesn't feel like it's been like 30 minutes.
No,
like,
bro, fuck no. Yeah, no, it, like sat down and boom, 4 hours passed. It's fucking ridiculous.
I wish stands are the worst of all. They're the gods of shit fans.
Dude, speaking of gods, I'm pretty sure there's a new God of War game that people are going crazy for.
Oh yeah, no thanks.
I don't know any.
I never played them.
It's
have to
Vikings, and I'm not gonna be burning churches in any video game. No thanks. I'm good with that.
What the fuck? Is that what they're doing in this shit?
I mean, that's what Vikings did, so I would imagine.
Well, all I know is that you're Kratos raising his son. That's all I know.
Yeah, dude, I'm a huge God of War fan. I used to love them. But
it's
yeah, I don't know.
like, did his first set of sons die or something? Because they made it seem like this was like a new, like there was sons that died previously, but he's getting another chance to be a father.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know anything about God of War. My cousin was telling me about it. I'm like, dog, you.
Oh, I've
stream
played
it,
them
'cause I've
all,
never
but I
played
don't.
it.
See, I have this issue with stories
Uh-huh.
in games. I literally don't like. I'm like, I don't care. I'll usually try and skip as much as I can just to get to where I'm playing. Like I don't
Wow.
care.
Yeah, no,
I
can
don't
feel
care.
that.
I don't
Yeah.
care about story.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's anything like the Assassin's Creed that they just came out with, which was Vikings, and I can't. I'm not gonna play another game that's burning churches.
I'm so behind on Assassin's Creed games too.
Dude, you had to burn churches to build your city up.
Wow.
Mandatory. Like you ain't getting anywhere in the game if you don't burn churches.
So about Assassin's Creed though, like that's always been kind of tied into Assassin's Creed. Like they have kind of always
burning churches.
Well, going against the Templars has always in those games kind of been presented as going against Freemasonry, which has always been an extension of going against Christianity. So like that has always been how it's kind of portrayed if you follow like their little rabbit holes.
Freemasons have Egyptian gods, so
Well, I'm not saying in the real world Freemasonry. I'm not saying in the real world that Freemasonry is an extension of Christianity.
We just got
your
stream just got banned.
Illuminati coming at me.
With the vaccine title.
Scheme says, "Do I get to murder people in the church too, or do they wuss out?" Scheme, I think you and Wick need to just talk. Like, why aren't you in here?
Yeah, come slap me out. I'm ready to eat, bro. I'm hungry. Get Scheme in my spot.
No!
We look the same now.
No, we're not going down the Freemason rabbit hole.
Not
No,
tonight. I'm too hungry.
not tonight.
If his name's Mason, then let him free. That's the only shit I'm talking about. I don't give a fuck. Let him free. Let my man Mason free. That's it. This has been Alpacas and Cameltoes.
Do I get to murder the people in the church?
Scheme's a dark man. The dark man he is.
Scheme's bringing that darkness up in
I
here.
mean,
Dude, I could have Team Dark Side for Scheme. You know, he'd be on my side with the dark.
I don't think that's happening against the real church, but
right, dude.
Yo,
if that shit really
yeah.
happened.
The fact is, like, Scheme bald, like y'all are basically like, if he has
hilarious.
you have the same like pads in the background and everything, like
Yo, we
if I mean if he were to come in with like a Carhartt beanie on or something,
Carhartt, is that what you think this is?
that's what it looks like.
Is it
This
not?
is a motherfucking Timberland.
Is it
Are you
not?
kidding
It
me?
does look like it.
Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at that.
What's wrong with Carhartt?
The reason why you're laughing, that's the
What's
issue
wrong
with
with
it.
Carhartt?
I ain't no basic ass.
Carhartt is
This
awesome.
is that fancy shit. That's like if you pointed at my Rolex and called
Bro,
it fucking
Carhartt's
Invicta.
expensive, bro. and it works well, and it's durable.
I know, but I'm against the grain. Everyone's wearing that shit. I don't want to wear it. I don't want to wear what everyone's wearing.
Everyone's wearing Carhartt.
Dude.
If you work in
Yeah.
construction in Michigan, you are.
Well, in Arizona, bro, like everyone's just wearing construction shit all the time.
Are you
Arizona's
serious?
always-
That's like
dude,
a new fad.
It's always, I swear to God, this state is so backwards, bro. We have people from the city who think they're cowboys on horses, and then we have, like, it's just so backwards here.
Dude, good. Maybe they'll bring back carpenter pants because I can't find pants anywhere, bro. It's skinny jeans everywhere. Skinny jeans,
Yeah.
skinny jeans, skinny jeans, skinny jeans. Like, yo, can I get some regular pants?
I'm a carpenter, boot cut, or a slim straight kind of guy.
I love,
you know?
I love carpenter. I love
Yeah.
carpenter jeans, dude.
Yeah.
Either that or it's these.
There you go, the classics. Yeah.
Yep, that's the two I like to wear.
I seen that new cut, April.
Yo,
it
yeah.
does actually look nice. Like,
Yep.
like good
Looks
job.
fantastic.
Like, it looks great. What was I pulling up? I was looking on Scheme's page for this members only video to see how long it is.
I wish, to be honest with you, I wish I would have never cut my hair.
At least you
Think
still
about
have it.
Samson.
Samson.
I mean, for real. I'm being real with you. Think about it.
Yeah.
What was his? Where did he get his blessing from?
His hair?
Time out. You were talking about biblical Samson. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that dude that raps like talking shit about Biden all the time. I was like, bro, you rocking a fucking mullet? Like what are we doing? Like,
His blessings were
No,
his
I was
hair?
talking about the biblical Samson. But how
close enough.
Yo,
How did he
what
get
up,
his
baby?
Yeah.
What up, baby?
My name's Alpha. I'm hungry.
Oh, dude. Fucking starving here, dude.
I'm so hungry.
I'm gonna keep crying until I'm fed.
You big
okay?
crybaby.
I'm big. I'm a big boy.
I had to wear the beanie just to make it like complete.
There we go. There you go.
It's
I
gotta
don't
be
use-
green though.
Nah, his is like
Really
yellow,
green.
isn't it?
That's
Oh,
OD.
bald boy. I'd rather wear a hat. It's too hot for a beanie. Oh god.
There you go.
There we
Man,
go.
I need my own merch. I suck, dude.
Dude, my merch
Fuck.
looks dope. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yo,
looks
that-
good.
That's
Good contrast.
That Streamlabs merch is a cut up. The
Bro,
only
and then like and the beanie
Bro,
that matches it, like
but-
come on now.
But hang on. Is that a snapback hat? That's my only question. Like,
What do you mean? I don't even know hat terms.
Like, does it snap in the back? Like,
It looks like
Yeah.
Can I
Boom,
use
got
it as
the
a?
snapback?
Can I use it as a
That's-
functioning hat?
What you
That's-
hate on snapbacks? You want that?
I don't like them.
Man, that's
Are you
weird.
a
I
flex
always
fan?
prefer
Stand
Bills,
snapbacks.
dude. I hate that. I can't.
They're the
stand
same
that.
fucking thing.
Dude, I like
No,
flat bills.
they're
You
not.
could bend your bill if you want, but I like
No,
flat
you can't. You can't bend flat bill hats.
bills.
No,
Bro,
you
I've
can't.
bent plenty of flat bill hats in my
Can't.
day because I
Oh,
used
it'll
to like
ruin
them.
It'll ruin them.
I still got a flat bill hat that I bent. It's
It
easy.
even says
Now,
on when you
I'll-
buy it, it says not to bend.
It says, but then my hat works just fine.
I'll jump on the train of saying like I have bent some flat bill hats. Like
Yeah,
I
it
mean-
works.
I mean,
What you have to do is you have to bend them, fold them inside themselves, and after you
Yeah,
get them
yeah.
a little wet, and you leave them there for a day, and you're good. It won't ruin it. It'll be fine. I used to not like flat billed hats. That's the only reason I know. I changed my ways.
I don't like flat bill hats.
I like flat bill hats now. I don't know when I changed teams to team flat bill, but there was a time when that happened.
I just like the hat is to keep sun out of your eyes.
Yeah.
And that's what the curve is for.
I'm just about having a sock I can put on my head. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, that's what this is for.
I got a nice sock on my head right now.
This is a sock head.
But like, this can be a party in the summer, or like business. You know what I'm saying? Like party or business. Like,
I usually don't wear hats that often, but now that I'm bald temporarily until my hair grows back, I'm all about the hats.
Yeah,
well,
they just make you go there.
My thing is, for like anybody who's seen me without a hat, no, I'm not taking my hat off right now. I'm just fixing my hair because I jacked it up. But if you've seen me without a hat, then you know that I'm horribly like receding in my hairline department. So
see, that's a bummer. I'm glad I still have a full lush head of hair that when I shave it, it's a temporary inconvenience.
Bro, I shaved. Okay, so I lost a bet the beginning of last year, because I bet on the Browns to go to the playoffs the season before last. The season before they went to the playoffs.
Yeah. They went last year, but they didn't go the year before.
Yeah. And so I had to shave my head and my beard, and like, I'm pretty sure like that took like an inch off of my hairline, like just shaving.
Didn't come back.
It was like
your head was like, nah.
You left it in the military, bro.
We ain't coming back, bro.
Yeah, and it was like, bro, like,
dude, how bad did that hurt?
Bad, and the thing is, like, that year. They had fucking Odell Beckham. They had Jarvis Landry. They had a bomb ass defense. Like,
they just.
And
choked,
I'm
bro.
just like,
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Bro, I'm like, how the fuck?
Never bet on the Browns.
Are we talking about WWE football?
They could have made it. They could have made it. Yes, WWE football.
They
could have made it as a wild card team.
They ain't gonna make it till the refs allow them to make it.
They could have made it as a wild card team, and the Bengals sucked, and the Steelers sucked, and the fucking.
Hey! When Vegas says, "Hey, the Browns can go to the Super Bowl," they'll go.
That's right.
I mean, that's straight up. The house don't lose.
Well, because the refs, we all know they're doing what they did in the NBA back in the day. They're betting on the side, so they make a few calls to try to lean it their way. I remember in the 90s.
Pete Rose situation.
I remember in the 90s when it was super obvious that the NBA was getting rigged by the refs, and I kept saying it. And everyone's like, nah,
dude,
shut
right
up.
After the Bad Boys. Right after the Bad Boys. Literally.
And then they got caught. They got
right
caught.
After the Bad Boys.
And now I'm like, this is the same crap. I've stopped watching like the NFL as much because I was like, I remember in the 90s when this happened in the NBA and all the refs got caught. We're about to have some refs get caught in football because these calls in these games are so obvious. Like, and there's so much favoritism for certain teams that Vegas is rolling on. Dude. Like whenever Tom Brady's playing, Vegas bets on him, and these officials just. They got those bets in. I know they got those bets in.
The Lions Cowboy game in the playoffs a couple years back when Des Bryant ran onto the field with no helmet on, arguing a call and didn't get
a unsportsmanlike
conduct.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And they picked up a flag for pass interference that was going to help the Lions go forward.
Or the worst one, the most obvious offense, was the pass interference issue with the Rams and the Saints because the Rams were supposed to win that game. So they had to make the Rams win that game. And it was an obvious, blatant, they changed the game because they needed the different team to win. And they even made a new rule for one season where you could challenge pass
Calvin Johnson rule.
And it had a 0% success rate of overturning because the officials were so mad that they made the rule. That they refused to enforce it.
Yeah.
Bro, the Calvin Johnson rule. Bro, literally, the Calvin Johnson rule. You know how many times they reviewed Calvin Johnson touchdowns and overturned them?
When they invented the tuck rule for Tom Brady against the Raiders?
Yeah.
Dude,
they literally invented a rule that hadn't been called in like a million years just to make sure Tom Brady could go to the Super Bowl the first time against the Raiders. Bro, they've been doing this for 10 plus years.
Dude, the Pete Rose situation was a warning to not allow Vegas into sports.
Scheme, I know, like you're not like the Colts aren't your number one, but like
no, the 49ers are.
I know that you care about the Colts.
Yeah, they're the home team, and they don't have any rivalry with the 49ers.
So let's like
not because they suck. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're an AFC team. The Niners are an NFC team. Yeah. They'll never see each other in the playoffs unless it was in the Super Bowl. I think they're playing each other next week, so I'm definitely going to root for the Niners because they need to win more than the Colts because the Colts suck this year anyway.
Yeah, no shit. Like, but anyway, fucking. Do you remember 2009? I can't remember the Super Bowl number.
Okay,
but Colts against the Saints.
Like, yeah, that was some whack shit, bro.
Bro, like going back to refs being paid out, like that was when I was when I fucking threw in the
refs were
towel.
Paid so much because they needed the storyline of surviving Katrina.
Yes,
and that's why they rigged that fucking game.
Right. No, the worst one.
That Super Bowl was so bad.
The worst one was with the Seattle Seahawks and the Colts.
Which
giving
game?
Manning
when did this happen?
the last Super Bowl. Giving Manning his last Super Bowl.
Oh, you mean the Broncos?
Broncos. Okay.
Broncos got stomped by
when Seattle was running the ball with that dude the whole game, and then first down on the 3-yard line, they throw the ball straight to the cornerback of the other team.
Yep.
Like straight up. Why would you throw the ball? You're on the 3-yard line. It's first down.
Oh, yeah. That was the Seahawks against the Patriots is what you're talking about. The Seahawks lost to the Patriots.
It was Manning.
No, it wasn't Manning. It was the Seahawks against the Patriots. And Russell threw
Manning's last Super Bowl.
No, it wasn't. Russell threw on the 3-yard line instead of rushing. They had the beast. Right there, and he was supposed to rush up for Seattle. Then he threw it instead, and no one knows why Pete Carroll told Russell Wilson to throw it instead of – because Manning's last Super Bowl he won. Peyton Manning was on the Broncos, and he won his last Super Bowl. And then he retired. He got to ride off into the sunset.
Right, that game was garbage too, though.
No, no one knows why they didn't let the man just run it. Beast, they were like, why? Why didn't you let Beast Mode run it? He's done this. It was like the most boneheaded coaching decision.
And the throw.
How many times has freaking Tom Brady won huge games because of either the most dingus call ever or because of the officials? My favorite Super Bowl ever was the freaking Eagles versus the Patriots just because you had a backup quarterback just wrecking Tom Brady.
Dude, backup quarterback wrecking Tom Brady. The icing
was the greatest
on the cake,
thing
though.
Ever.
The icing on the cake.
Is he stayed a backup after that year?
Was that they used that same fucking trick play with like the
passing
Philly,
it to himself.
Philly special,
Except it worked for them, but it didn't work for Brady.
It worked for Nick Folk and Tom Brady just looked like a damn jackass because he's like Butterfingers like in the end zone. You know?
If you want to know how good that game was as far as fun to watch, there were more passes to quarterbacks than punts in that game.
Yeah.
Like that's how lit that game was. There were more passes to quarterbacks, which there were multiple passes to quarterbacks from both teams. Then there were punts. That game was insane. It was one of the most entertaining games ever, and the bad guys lost. It's like perfect.
Yeah.
I still question why Tim Tebow got treated the way he did.
Because he was a liability just like Colin Kaepernick was. You weren't good enough for your liability.
That's not true. He took them. He
took
that team to the playoffs, and then
he didn't take them. That team was playoff ready. That's why as soon as Peyton Manning got there, they were winning Super Bowls. They were ready to go. He was just there. He was not the reason they were winning. He just happened to be there. He is like a backup quarterback.
He wasn't supposed to win that
starter.
game. I don't think he was supposed to win that game against the Steelers.
No, he wasn't. He got one good pass in the postseason. He didn't run. He threw a bomb.
Wouldn't throw it. He wouldn't throw it to his receivers because he knew the receivers would drop it. So he ran the last 2 quarters of the game.
Yeah, but I'm saying the way they won it in overtime was he threw a
took
bomb
it into his
pass.
own hands.
No, he threw a pass. It was a
Well, I know
huge
that, but
bomb.
he took the rest of the game and to a third string receiver, by the way.
Yeah,
it
but
wasn't one of his first
Tebow is not that good. He just like Colin Kaepernick. He's not that
He
good.
is good.
Isn't he the
Tebow
one who
is
just got
good.
cut from being a tight end?
Yes, Tebow was cut from being a tight end because they
What are
wanted
you
him to be a
doing?
tight end when he was playing QB
They didn't
too,
want
but he
him in
refused.
because of his godly support.
No, that's the same argument as people say that Kaepernick
That is
wasn't supposed to be there
100%.
because of his racial views. It's one thing. Once you're a certain level of media liability, you have to be good enough to back it up. Neither Tebow nor Colin Kaepernick were good enough to back up their media liability. It is as simple as that. It is the same story, just different characters playing the role. If Tebow wasn't a media firestorm, he would have been a starter until he kind of fell off, and maybe he'd be a backup, or he'd be like where Fitzpatrick is, where sometimes you might start him, sometimes you might not. That would be his career if he didn't have any media stuff. Same thing with Colin Kaepernick.
I can see that because Tebow is
Colin
like
Kaepernick killed the NFL.
Tebow.
I mean, really.
Tebow is arena football good, but like
he's not an
Tebow
NFL
didn't
quarterback
kill the
that you can
NFL.
rely on.
Yeah.
Kaepernick killed the NFL.
Kaepernick brought a lot of division, but I mean that really goes to what Scheme is saying. I mean like
that's why he didn't have a job.
The VFW stopped paying to have the Super Bowl played in the VFWs across the country.
But if you look at it, the thing is, I mean like line for line, Kaepernick was better than Tebow.
Absolutely.
He was
in
more
every
versatile.
attribute. He was better than Tebow,
and
but not by a lot. But he was better.
Yeah,
and he got blacklisted faster than Tebow, honestly, because a lot of teams were interested in Tebow. They wanted him as a backup. They wanted Tebow as a backup or as a tight end.
They started kneeling in the NFL, seeing those numbers tank.
When Kaepernick, it wasn't about the ratings. It was when Kaepernick was let go by he wasn't let go by the 49ers. The 49ers offered to re-up his contract. He thought he had more power to negotiate than he did. So he declined his contract renewal with the 49ers, even though we offered it to him. That's how I know it's not ratings. Otherwise, we would have cut him. But we actually offered to re-up his contract. Then when he went searching, he wanted too much money. And there were a few teams that were willing to give him close to what he wanted, but as a backup. So it was actually all contract negotiation that got him out his first year. It was after his first year not getting back in when he started raising a shitstorm saying that he was blacklisted because of his political views that he actually got blacklisted, because he wasn't blacklisted when he went away for the Niners. He wasn't that much of a liability. He was doing his little kneel stuff and nobody liked that, but teams were still interested. Teams were still willing to pay him. But after he refused to take any of the deals offered and then blamed it on race stuff, he was done. No one was ever going to touch him again. And even when they gave him the courtesy of, okay, we'll try it again and set up like that practice testing, he didn't even show. He tried to change all of the stuff at the last minute. And everyone's like, you're just a publicity nightmare. You're done. So he wasn't initially blacklisted. He left. He quit. He wasn't cut. And a lot of teams were interested. He fucked himself over.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like the definition of projection.
Oh,
like, damn.
Oh, yeah. There were a lot of teams that were willing to have him as a starter or a backup for the right price until he pulled the shit after. Not during, not when he was still a player. It was once he was no longer a player and none of those negotiations went through. During the season, the first season he wasn't playing, all the shit he did in the media, his deals with Nike and stuff, that is what got him blacklisted to never come back in the NFL.
Jeez. Can we talk?
Tebow never did anything that bad, but he just wasn't as good.
Can we talk for a second about the unsung hero though, that Kaepernick gave lot to in Alex Smith? Like
Alex Smith was already the same. He got injured, and then Kaepernick took over, and they left Kaepernick in because he was on a hot streak.
But Alex Smith went on like for real, like as a game manager, like as like a leader, like he went on with the Chiefs to be the
I think he was already known
man.
as that. Like in San Francisco, we knew he was a game manager, but he wasn't an explosive playmaker. That's why we didn't like him, because we were used to Steve Young and Joe Montana.
Y'all were
in
used
San
to Frank
Francisco.
Gore is what you were used to.
Frank Gore rushing.
Hey.
Frank Gore was a beast.
Frank Gore every year,
years, bro.
every year, like 5 years
killed.
straight. Frank Gore was on my fantasy team every
He
year for
killed.
like 5 years straight because like nobody took him. You know what I mean?
But
like,
the reason Colin Kaepernick got the starting job and kept it after Alex Smith got healthy was how explosive he was.
Yeah, sure.
And he was just on a run, and he ripped through the playoffs that year.
To be
he
fair,
made Green Bay look like a joke. He ran like 120 yards on Green Bay to go to the Super Bowl. And then in the Super Bowl, he choked the first half. Then there was a blackout against Baltimore. And when the lights came back on, he almost led a comeback victory. So at that point, Kaepernick was our guy. And then we got a good deal to trade Alex Smith away. And Alex Smith did exactly what he did in San Francisco I think he went to Washington and then Kansas City or something. And he got injured a lot during that time. But Alex Smith was always that guy. It's just he got replaced by a dude that was just hot.
So
at the time.
all right, just to go down a different route, like, who do you think is the best running back of all time?
Ooh, best running back of all time.
Barry
I
Sanders
put
is
I
up
put
there,
Jerome
man.
Bettis in that
Boom.
conversation.
That's the man right there.
Yeah.
Jerome the
he's up
Bus
there.
Bettis has
He
a
had
very
the best
good
line in
argument.
football. Barry Sanders did it with no line.
Yeah, I was about to say I like
Barry
it.
Sanders is
He's-
amazing, too.
Yeah, that's the first one I think.
Can we give some love to LT? Like
Yeah,
LaDainian Tomlinson,
Oh,
the
yeah.
poor dude was
Oh,
on the
yeah.
He got
freaking
hurt.
Chargers.
He got hurt.
Rip
Right
to
next
him being on the
bro.
Chargers.
LT.
And
man.
Phillip
LT.
Rivers, bro.
LT
He
never
got hurt
had
so much.
LT never had shit to
Bro.
work with.
No,
Okay, like
the Chargers had 4 years in a row
Yeah.
that they were the best team in the NFL, and they
Yeah.
went out first or second round in the playoffs all 4 years because of coaching. So LT had teams. He had 4 years in a row where undisputable
yeah.
the Chargers were the best team in the NFL, and they lost in the first or second round of the playoffs because of coaching.
Yeah.
And they
But
never
LT got
fired
hurt
their
a
damn
lot.
coaches. So LT had good teams. He did. It's just he didn't have good coaches in the post.
Peterson got hurt a lot too.
I do want to. My man Ray threw out there. Are you saying Joe Montana was explosive and mobile?
What? No, explosive playmaker. And do you not know that Joe Montana ran a lot?
Yeah, I think Steve Young ran more than
Steve Young ran a lot more, but Joe Montana was running the West Coast
Joe
offense.
bootlegged a lot.
Well, the West Coast offense
a
was
lot of
started
bootlegs.
with Joe Montana. That
Yeah.
cliche of West Coast offense, which means you have a quarterback that might run at any time.
Yeah.
Joe Montana started that. Steve Young took it to a way next level, to that more Colin Kaepernick looking level. But people forget that Joe Montana ran quite a bit. He ran kind of like, he reminds me of Josh Allen. Josh Allen of the Bills.
Monster.
You don't think about him as a
Lord.
runner
Herman
because he's
Thomas.
a big dude and he's
Herman
not that
Thomas.
fast. But how often does Josh Allen run? That's exactly what Joe Montana looked like.
Damn.
Josh Allen's going to be a beast in this league. People
Yeah.
sleep on this man heavy. I've been saying for the last 3 or 4 years that, dude, why aren't people talking about this guy as one of the best quarterbacks in the league? Why? And now just this year, people are like, is Josh Allen an MVP, one of the best in the league? I'm like, I've been saying this for years.
Yeah.
Look
What
at
about
the dude.
Stafford, though?
He's insane.
What about Stafford though?
Matt Stafford finally has a good team, and he's lighting it up.
This is like
for
his
real.
what, like 10
He,
years?
he's just
Shout-
lighting it up.
Shout out!
Just
Shout
now?
out!
Well, no,
shout
he
out-
was lighting it up for the Lions, but the Lions have always found a way to lose. Whether it's
Right,
through the
yeah.
officials or
No, it's the
themselves, they
officials.
always find a way to
100%.
lose.
Yeah.
Shout out to Russian things. Okay, I appreciate
Russian
you.
thing.
You
You can't read
complimented me.
That Russian
But
thing.
thank you.
Dude, that's our good pal from the
That's
from the
awesome.
motherland.
He said
Oh,
Russian
wait.
thing.
I'm highlighting my own comments at this point.
Jimmy Juggalo, what up, my
man.
What
G?
up, Jimmy?
What's up?
Yo, all I can say is I am so
Christ.
grateful that the Cardinals are 6-0, bro. I mean, or 5-0. What the fuck? What week is it? I don't
Who
even. I didn't
cares?
watch last week.
I ain't
That
watched a
shit's
dang
crazy,
game in
bro.
5 years, probably.
This team this year is it's ridiculous, bro. We
I don't
got
even watch
AJ
TV.
Green, DeAndre Hopkins, like all these receivers. It's so unnecessary.
Wait, this person legit thinks that Joe Montana didn't rush. Do you not have you never watched football?
I'm not there in the chat yet. Why are you always ahead of me in my chat scheme?
No, you were there. You already brought it up. It was Ray.
Oh,
Like how it's a weird thing because you can look up stats. Like here, let me look up stats.
Adrian Peterson. Okay, Emmett Berry.
Mr. Fumble.
Adrian Peterson. The thing is,
Mr.
Adrian Peterson would be fantastic if he could have ever stayed healthy.
And
Yeah,
hold
he
on to
got
the
hurt.
damn ball, bro.
Like
He got hurt a lot.
he's a fucking.
So did LT though.
So
did LT.
holding
LT
on to
too.
the ball, Like I'm a Colts fan.
Oh,
like
the fumbling.
I always
That
have
was
Oh,
to
a
go
big
back
deal,
to
bro.
Trent Richardson.
Yeah, he did fumble.
I went through the Trent Richardson years. I went through the Joseph Adai years. Like fuck you.
Hey,
talking
Joseph
about running
Adai was
backs.
actually pretty okay.
As far as
No,
Emmett-
for
as
2
far as-
seasons. For 2 seasons,
As far
Joseph
as-
Adai was okay.
Remember the
Wow.
good days of Edgerrin James? The good old days.
As far as Emmett goes, I mean,
Yep.
he had the best line in the history of the NFL, and nobody would touch him until he was 10 yards down the field.
We scheme fantasy football Hall of Famer, but
I
missing.
just noticed.
My goodness.
That dude's ridiculous.
Y'all gotta get your memories checked. The man wasn't a rushing quarterback,
Oh,
but
man.
scrambling and running for
He's
first
still on
downs and
that.
crap. Look, he's still on it. That was like a part of his arsenal. Like, yeah,
tried changing the subject.
I just don't understand. You could literally just look at it. It's available online. You could watch all the times he did it.
All the footage is there.
They literally called it the West
Yeah.
Coast offense because it was a scrambling quarterback.
Man,
But okay, I need to know if you guys. I mean, all right. So obviously, most people will say the best player to play the game is Tom Brady. But let's say
I
we're
don't.
assuming that cheaters don't count. So then he's off the table.
Well, I also do not count a quarterback who 90% of their throws throughout their career have
Are
been
short.
within 5 lines of the yard of scrimmage.
But that's actually one of the
No.
things that he's actually talented with.
But
He
no.
releases the ball faster than anyone else who's played the game for how accurate he is, and that's why he's so
but
deadly.
they also allow his entire line to hold.
Oh
the
no.
entire game.
Tom Brady.
For the
Look, I don't put
thing.
I don't
Like-
put Tom Brady in the discussion because he cheats. All right, but he's got a lot of talent. So
I would
once you
say
take
Brett
him
Favre.
out,
I would
the
say Brett Favre.
best. No, I'm not talking about best.
And I
quarterback.
hate
the best
the Packers.
player.
I'm a Lions fan.
The best
I
player
would say
ever in the
Brett Favre.
NFL.
is the footless kicker.
No.
Or not
Tell
footless, toeless.
Here's what I want you guys to answer. I want you to tell me who the best player in the NFL is and why it's Jerry Rice.
No, it wasn't Jerry Rice.
Yes, it was.
No.
I wouldn't
Calvin
be able to answer
Johnson.
this conversation.
Calvin Johnson. If he wouldn't have been stuck with the Lions,
Who was the best player ever in the NFL? Let's see what the internet has to
This
say.
is
Gary
your
Rice.
history.
I don't like
This
this.
is
Gary
your
Rice.
history. That's unfair.
Fourth.
You looked it up.
Did you DuckDuckGo or Google it?
That was Google. Let's try Bing. Let's see what Bing says. Best player in NFL history. Let's see who we got. Let's see. Jim Brown and Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice is number 1. Tom Brady's number 2. Jim Brown's number 3. Oh my God. It's almost like everybody who knows football says it's Jerry Rice because it is.
Nah.
Best player to play the game.
He was a
Hard stuff.
receiver.
I don't know shit about players individually in NFL like I do NBA, so I couldn't.
Somebody had to get him the ball.
All right. Who's the best player in the NBA and why was it
And
Michael
he
Jordan?
lived through two of the
What,
best
man?
quarterbacks.
I could see
in
Michael. I'm
NFL
more of a
history,
Will
too.
Chamberlain kind of guy though.
Will Chamberlain's a fair
I'm a
argument.
dude. That motherfucker.
As long as you don't say LeBron James at me, and I'm a
Nah,
Lakers
nah,
fan, I'll be like,
yeah.
nah, not LeBron.
Yeah, I don't.
It's got to be pre
LeBron's top
refs
20,
destroying the game.
I don't think he's number.
Michael Jordan.
No, they destroyed the game for Michael Jordan.
Nah.
Yeah, they did. You couldn't touch him.
I mean, what about?
I mean,
the
for
first,
real,
like,
you could not
8
lay
No,
a
I,
hand on him.
I feel
Dude,
like there's some good
bro,
footage of Larry
dude.
Bird touching the man.
Bro, the
but that's
first-
when
yeah,
they
that
lost.
was before.
I
When the
know.
Pistons-
Yeah, that's when they
the
lost.
Pistons beat 'em-
After Larry Bird was gone, you're right. But
When the Pistons beat them, they won 2 in a row. The
Yep.
Bad Boys won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
They beat Jordan and they beat Magic Johnson. The
you
two
know who
golden
would have
boys
been? You know
of
who
the
was always
NBA.
great, regardless of the rules? Shaquille O'Neal, because he would just run a
Shaq
man
was
over.
amazing.
Shaq was
awesome.
one of the best to ever play.
Fuck
Shaq's
yes,
awesome.
Shaq.
Yeah.
no,
That's
no,
my
no.
damn hero.
Shaq is my favorite
See,
NBA
now I can
player
agree with you
ever.
there.
Like
Shaq's
Shaq,
awesome.
Shaq, it wouldn't matter what the rules were, and no refs ever tried to protect that man, ever. He couldn't
No,
get
no.
he couldn't get a
That's a
freaking
lie.
blocking call for
Like-
if his life depended on it. Someone could be standing
Yeah.
in the lane like a scarecrow, and he runs into them, and
We
like
just couldn't shoot free throws. I mean,
no, that's
Which is so interesting to me.
Like-
someone could have like swan dived from the
other.
other side of the court into Shaq, and they would call Shaq for charging. Like that
Yeah.
man couldn't get a call on his side for the life of him.
Oh yeah.
I love this golf conversations. This hillbilly.
Dude, golf.
I would say
What the
Shaq's
fuck?
probably one of the most likable.
Oh, for sure.
He's
well,
not one of those.
especially
I
now.
I would say
he
Magic
is-
Johnson's probably got to be up
Shaq-
there in the top.
Magic Johnson's definitely up there. He's, if nothing
Oh
else, the
my
best
God.
playmaker ever.
Bro.
With
Shaq-
how he
Shaq-
could
Shaq-
pass.
Steve Nash.
Steve Nash was also
Nash
up
up
there.
And then
He's
what was
one of
the
the
Utah
greatest
guy?
without a
John
ring.
Paxton.
John
Did y-
Paxton's definitely
Did y'all
up there.
did
Oh,
y'all
yeah.
catch the other day? Shaq literally denounced his fame the other day. Like
He doesn't
Oh,
want to
yeah?
be famous anymore.
yeah,
He's
not,
done.
He
name's
doesn't.
Shaq and I'm on
He
TV.
doesn't
Bunch of
want to be
liars, dude.
famous anymore. Like
All right,
because
see you later, Shaq.
Bro, he's still
Bunch
gonna
of
be on
liar, money
TV every
grubbing
day.
douchebags.
I don't want to be famous.
Okay,
But I'm on TV.
scheme. You might remember this. I mentioned it the other day. I think it may have been yesterday, actually. Like, so. Do you remember Shaq Diesel? Like Shaq's
Yeah,
solo
I do.
rap album?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he got in trouble for his later rap escapades. He lost his sheriff deputyship when he did a diss track on
Wow.
Kobe Bryant.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
He got
Never knew
got
that.
in hot water for that.
Couldn't touch Kobe Bryant either. Can't touch him.
Let's see. Ray is challenging Scheme to a debate on any subject.
I mean, if you
Anytime.
just like losing, that's fine.
The gauntlet has been thrown down, sir.
Yo,
Like,
I'll
Please
take
deplatform what? What was his name? What
It
was
me,
Ray's
we
name?
scheme.
It's okay. Yesterday it was Omega.
Right.
It was DJ Omega Tyler is a beta cuck. So,
Google must be like,
Earlier,
bro,
it
can
was
you
me-
stop changing your name?
Earlier it was
Google's like,
Texas
had it.
loves Nick Cannon.
yeah. Earlier it was Mises loves Nick Cannon. Yes,
Well.
it was.
stuff.
With all the diss tracks, I think he does.
Yeah.
He's a little obsessed.
A lot of time on his mind right there.
Uh-huh. Nick Cannon definitely living in that man's head. Or at least was at that time.
Whoa!
He
Is this
was.
what- I thought we were
He
talking-
he rented a room.
I thought we
he's
were
Free
staying
of
there for a
charge in
minute.
that man's
biblical
head.
conversation.
Okay. So one of them guessed the initial was actually like about Lord Jamar, but it just kind of came across.
Oh,
as
yeah,
a Nick
guessing
Cannon diss
hip-hop.
because of when he dropped it.
Fair enough.
Home was the only actual Nick.
See,
Cannon
for me,
diss
for what it
that he
looked like for
dropped.
me was he did 2 Nick Cannon disses in a row, which is exactly like what Nick Cannon did to Eminem. I'm like, bro, you looking weird right now.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
one I get, but
it-
you just kept going.
It was a timing thing because of like when he recorded them versus like when he actually released them.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I get that because I said the same thing. Actually, so like those, I had reacted to a ton of Mises before. I almost said we scheme. I'd reacted.
Nobody reacts to me. Don't lie.
I had actually reacted to we scheme. I think before I reacted
Like a
to
year ago when everyone else
guests
used
or
to.
home. I still dropped, bro. It's only been like a month or two since I had a we scheme week.
I'm just giving you guys shit.
You're my boy. You know I always put your music on when I can.
Appreciate it.
Let's see. Oh wait, that's the same thing. Muggsy, what?
Muggsy Bogues.
Huh?
Go say something. Muggsy
What?
Bogues.
I
Oh,
don't know.
Muggsy.
I know a Muggsy, but I don't know if I've ever heard their last name before.
I have no
Is it
idea what that
Bogues?
is. Yo, I thought you were supposed to go get some food, bro. I was coming in to tag you out.
Look, that food has been cold for hours.
Oh, it's not even good.
I gave up.
It's done. You're just gonna
Hey,
sleep
Hey, if it's
now.
pizza,
Yeah.
cold pizza's amazing. I love.
I don't know
cold
what
pizza.
it is. That's the thing.
We scheme is like Ben Shapiro if born poor and non-Jewish. Wow.
What does that
actually-
even mean?
Wasn't Ben Shapiro born non-Jewish though? Like, didn't
Wait,
he?
how do you
like-
be born non-Jewish? There is an ethnicity to that. It's not just a religion. I don't think you could be born non-Jewish and
No,
then become
No, like
ethnicity.
he is like a religious Jew. I don't think.
Well,
he's
I know
an
he's
ethnic
religious Jew, but I think he's also ethnically Jewish.
I don't
I think he's
he
both.
is.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Where's that? Why do I know
Is
Ben?
Ben Shapiro,
Ben Shapiro is
ethnically Jewish?
Wow,
Bro. Is that like a fucking sheriff somewhere?
Ben Shapiro? No, he's a talk. He does podcasts and stuff.
That sounds like a sheriff in Arizona or something, bro.
No,
Sheriff Arpaio.
He actually did He actually did a thing where he was on an interview with
I cannot find out.
What's that guy's name? The track star that changed what he is, I guess.
I don't know.
Jenner?
That guy.
Kylie Jenner.
Bruce Jenner and now Caitlyn
No,
Jenner?
that's the daughter. I'm like Kylie Jenner.
Yeah, that's the daughter. It's Bruce to Caitlyn.
Yeah, and they made a meme because he like grabbed the back of his neck and told him to stop it, like he was threatening.
He says also in a state with a high concentration of double wides and Baptist churches. I don't think that Southern California was like that, but
that's Kentucky.
Yeah, that's not where I'm from. But I mean, I was born
Joe
poor.
Arpaio. That's who
I was definitely born poor and not Jewish, but I don't know if there's any other relationship to Ben Shapiro, but that's accurate.
I have it on good authority that
born
Mrs.
poor.
Scheme enjoys Ben Shapiro.
I'm not sure, but I think the red hair might have
Mrs.
gave
Scheme
away
doesn't
some
really.
of that.
No, I don't have red hair. I got a red beard though. My hair's not red at all. My beard
That's how
is
I am. Just
for
the
some
beard.
reason.
Just the beard's red.
No, but Mrs. Scheme doesn't like Ben Shapiro, but she's watched him before. She's not like a fan.
Joe Arpaio. I'm retarded. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm not a Ben Shapiro fan. He's a little nutty for my taste.
I did not assume. I do enjoy watching Ben Shapiro debate people. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, he's pretty impressive.
Is he a better debater than that Steven Crowder guy?
Steven Crowder's not a good debater.
Oh yes.
Steven Crowder is just a douche.
That shit was cringe. Anything I've seen about him, bro.
Steven Crowder is not a good debater. Steven Crowder is like the definition of pseudo-intellectual. Ben Shapiro is smart, but he's a better debater than he is a thinker. If you hear him just talking and like working ideas out, there's a lot of just like, bro, you're dumb. You're smart, but you're dumb. But he's a very good debater.
Okay.
Well,
I'll probably see
he's trying to get Tyler nude. At least he knows what he wants. Those are good life goals, bro.
He came
I hope you see that ding-a-ling in a DM soon.
So with Ben Shapiro, my problem is like he is, as an actual libertarian, my problem is like I feel like Ben Shapiro tries to hijack what. So being
hypothetically, if we were talking about libertarians versus conservatives, hypothetically, my wife's a doctor, and what would you think about that?
Yeah, and
is that an impression or what?
Yeah,
I feel like he really tries to hijack what being a libertarian is.
Well, you see, hypothetically, the Democrats want you to believe that I believe these things about the Libertarian Party, but really, it's all Kamala Harris's nonsense.
Jeez, that sounds like a state of manic or something.
He's always at that level.
He gets attacked quite a bit, though.
He's pretty.
He takes quite a bit.
Did you see Cardi B talking about her wet ass P word? I think she has a medical condition.
Okay, that was a weird video.
Bro, the dude is so cringe.
I actually watched that one all the way through.
You made it through his whole.
Yeah. The Cardi B one, and I was.
There's never been more of a cringe-filled moment than that. I'm like, bro, I don't even like the song. And I think the song is out in poor taste, and it's not a good song. But the way you're talking about it makes me want to go and defend Cardi B.
Well, the thing is, it wouldn't be so bad if I hadn't heard him say shit, fuck, everything else.
P-word.
But then he comes out with wet ass P-word. And it's like, oh, pussy is the line that you're gonna. That's draw the line. In the sand.
And then he talks about how dry his wife's pussy is.
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm like, I wonder why.
This is the Ben guy. Ben
Yeah,
Shapiro?
yeah. That was not one of his better moments. He's definitely had better moments than that. Ben Shapiro's at his like zenith when he's either debating people who are super liberal or college students or both. But when he's like having conversation on his own or with his cohorts or just making political commentary or talking to someone who's like a libertarian or a moderate, he doesn't sound that smart. He only sounds smart when he's talking to someone really dumb.
He did kill the trans that said they were going to beat him in the parking lot.
Again, but they were dumb. He only looks smart next to dumb people. So what does that say about him?
I just pulled a picture of him up, and I thought he was a child actor at first. This is a 37. This is a 37-year-old guy. That's
We Schemes. I do not have We Schemes GPS location.
This man has lost his mind. I don't know why God sent me. Please delete my browser history when I go to jail.
So okay, if this is actually my dude Ray, like if you don't know Ray does comedy and predator poaching and such and
predator poaching, eh?
Yeah. So Ray likes to joke and have a good time. So don't take a ton of what he's saying. Or
Did it look like I took anything seriously?
Well, sometimes it's important to give a disclaimer, whether
to
it's
anyone watching.
Right.
to anyone watching.
Yeah. I'd say that's a
fair enough.
Good ground.
Good call. Good call.
Ray gets. I've only known him for a day, and this dude is a fucking savage.
Gets wild.
Yeah.
Oh man, Ray is fantastic. I just want to see Scheme's bald head. You already saw it. You can rewind.
Yeah, man.
You missed out on it, bro. It was a fucking. It was
You go to my link tree and do a We Scheme donation on it, and you can see my bald head.
I'm pissed. I am pissed.
There's a donation link in my link tree, which is in the description of all my videos. You go make a charitable donation to the cult of We Scheme, and you can see my bald head.
I'm a little pissed. So like I had talked about like putting out a second channel just for reactions and stuff because like my main channel I was like wanting to do other stuff and I was like, you sir beat me to the punch, and now once again it's gonna look like I'm ripping off We Scheme. Like,
well, it's fine. I
can't get away from this.
I ripped off of Highly Combustible with the mass uploads. I've said it a million times. Highly Combustible gave me the inspiration to just be like, dude, just upload a shit ton, and you never have to worry about it.
Yeah.
And it's growing. Hopefully, it grows more, and it becomes a good
marine rapper
side
what is up, guy?
ad revenue generator.
Yeah,
but now I'm able to do like way better videos on my main channel and focus on it. Like the video that I uploaded for members today, that thing is top tier YouTube content because I'm only uploading like 1 or 3 videos at most in a week on my main channel now, so I get to like take time to make them good. In this rant against Starset fans, I go on a tirade about everything that's annoying with all the fun little YouTube edits, and then I go into a 90-second Starset song that I made in the style that I wish Starset would do to show them like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I want it to sound like. It is like the most stupid, insane 5-minute video, but I would have never had like the time or energy to do that before I just made a second channel to dump all my reactions on.
Yeah. Well, and that was the thing. Like, that was my exact motivation for wanting to, do a second channel. I'm like, I want to move like the bulk of my reactions over there because like a lot of this is like the live streams and stuff like that, and like I just want a revenue whore. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I built it for, is a revenue whore factory. Yeah. I'm not pausing a bunch. I'm not breaking that much shit down. I'm vibing. I'm disputing every copyright claim, and about 25% of them are going in my favor right now, and I'll take that. I'll take that percentage. Bro, Netflix has been releasing my shit easy. Like when I'm doing something that's owned by Netflix, they're within like 2 hours like, yeah, you can monetize it. I'm like, good guy, Netflix, let's go.
That's dope.
And so I'm just like, yo, I just want this to be a money whore. Plus it's fun to do because I do like 8 videos in a day, and I just like check out whatever the hell, and I don't have to think about it. I don't do any edits. I literally have my software set up that my intro music plays when I'm at a specific screen in Streamlabs. So no editing. I just record it. It looks like I edited it, and I'm done.
I know you've seen that, Alpha.
I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. But my man TMR said, "Hey y'all," a minute ago. So I want to shout out the Marine rapper. If you guys haven't checked out his music, you should.
What up, bro? I hope you're well.
I know Scheme stopped by the interview like 2 weeks ago now that we had with the Marine rapper. And I saw on your live stream the other day you checked out the Marine rapper and Topher.
Oh yeah.
Oh, some Topher.
Man, you guys love that conservative stuff.
There's a lot over there.
But the Marine
at least you
rapper,
guys don't send me like liberal rap. I don't know if that exists, but I don't want it.
It exists.
Gender me.
That fan base would be amazing.
The problem is like it's all straight up like just UMG.
Here's the reason you don't have like extreme left like rap and stuff for music, because that requires like talent and worth, which none of those people have.
Ooh. Shots fired.
Ooh.
Like I say plenty of shit about conservatives, but at least they're usually respectable human beings, even when they're stupid. like I'll take that all day. If I had to only choose to like click a button and remove one of the two extremes, it would definitely be the left.
Oh,
that's the one that's got to go.
Oh, and this is when I highlight this comment too, that you make his appendix want to leave his body.
Well, some people get that removed.
Academic arrogance and a smugness exclusive to vegan liberals. I actually don't think that you're a vegan or a liberal.
What's a kombucha?
It's some fermented like shit.
No.
It's what vegans be drinking.
No thanks.
Jason drinks it. Like I know for a fact for a while Jason was drinking it every day.
That's what I remember learning about it too.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a liberal, like at all. They annoy me.
A liberal just means you like books, right?
and of course now Ray is no longer looking to deplatform We Scheme and just says that
Tyler stood for Nancy Pelosi. Whoa.
Oh my god. What a genius. And he's never on his own YouTube account, right? Or is this his?
He's always on his own YouTube account. He just changes the name.
I thought
for a long time like YouTube had a cap on how many times you could change your name, but considering the amount of times I've seen him change his name during a stream, I'm confused.
I don't know how he does that without Google just like stopping him. Be like, bro, we've had enough.
That makes more sense.
It's fermented tea.
Oh, okay. That's why I fucking.
That sounds disgusting.
I've had it because Germ be drinking them, and I have one, and it like I couldn't even finish that.
Germ is vegan though, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
What a loser!
It's too strong.
It's so weird how much people care about other people's dietary preferences. Like,
right. Oh,
who cares?
Scheme. Let's do a stream together one day drinking kombucha for the first time.
I don't want to.
Kombucha.
I'm not in that. I'm out.
I don't.
You won't like it, man. It's not good.
I don't want to drink that. I'm with my new friend down this way. No.
Yeah.
I'm with the Wixter on this. Why'd you flip flopped us?
Whoa! Wait a
Why
second.
does I'm trying to point to someone?
Now I have to.
The
look
guy
over
right
here.
below me now. I'm with that guy. I don't want to drink that shit.
Yo, are we hitting 5 hours?
Yeah.
Are we really?
Damn.
That's an absurdity.
That's amazing. Hey, we had some amazing conversations though.
Oh fuck yeah.
I came in and you guys were talking about like Bible stuff, and then I was like, "Yo, you ever heard of Star Set? I don't want to talk about this."
So
hey, on a lighter note,
no. Like for real though, because I googled Star Set when you said that.
Yeah, they.
How do they have a rabid fan base when they seem to be like people who are only on Wikipedia for like existing?
They're basically like they're very high production value, but okay, you know, like when Linkin Park makes a song for Transformers or used to make songs for Transformers, and it was like a pussy version of a Linkin Park song.
Yep.
That's everything Starset makes.
Wow. So they
and they've had one song I've heard where they actually like went all for it, and it was a great song. And every other song I've been shown just is that bitch made Transformers version of Linkin Park. And I keep getting sent stuff. I'm like, it's not good, guys. Like, you can like it if you want, but I'd rather listen to like Katy Perry or something. At least it's just pop. Why would I want to listen to a rock band pretending that they're pop? Like, I don't want that.
They don't even have that many songs out though. Like they don't even have that many albums. They've
got like 2 or 3 albums, I think.
They have 4 albums.
4.
I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 singles.
Yeah, I mean,
like
their fan base. I got comments. One of the reasons I made this video, I've gotten comments this week on my Wii Scheme channel on some of my Star Set reactions when I was still in the mask. Like, they've put me on Reddit forums complaining about me. Like, what up, Fago?
I'm too white to drink Coke.
Bro, but I've been on Reddit forums and posts where they're like, get him. He said he didn't like it. I've never even said they're a bad band. I've always talked about how like they're very talented. I just really don't like the decisions they make in their music.
Yeah.
And they can't even tolerate that. I'm like, bro, I'm not even hating on the group. I'm legitimately saying they make great music, but I hate this style. And I really wish they would do something else with it because they're so talented. And so that I reached my breaking point seeing comments from videos I posted like 6 months ago. And that's why I posted the video that's going to upload for public sometime tomorrow.
Who is this we're talking about?
Right.
Star Set fans.
Oh,
Set. Yeah.
So Ray is now, we scheme don't want this smoke and says, Tyler, please have a night. I mean, you know, y'all are both welcome to come on any time. So
what was your biblical talk anyway?
We were talking.
It was everywhere.
Honestly, we went to a lot of places.
Yeah.
A lot of places.
Because I don't know a lot about the Bible, so I was just asking a lot of.
You know what?
I don't. I
got one. I know where we can go.
Wait, I'm trying to go to bed, motherfuckers. I ain't trying to stay another 30 minutes.
We're gonna talk about transfiguration.
Oh no!
Real quick.
Like transforming, like transfiguration.
No, not
the
that.
transfiguration of Jesus is mentioned in 3 Bible verses.
Oh, okay.
In the 3 Gospels.
Yeah.
Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Why is Luke's 8 days, Mark's 6 days, Matthew's 6 days? And why is Moses there? Because Moses died.
But
and then why was the devil arguing with the archangel Michael about Moses's body?
Well, you see, there's the theological answers to that, and then there's the scheme answers to that, and those are 2 very different answers.
Well, let's hear the scheme version.
Because I've studied the theology of it, the exegesis of it, and all that. My version is as far as I'll stick with the discrepancy of dates and occurrences. That's mainly because most of the Bible was written as a very complicated game of telephone. So you get details mixed up, kind of like Judas killing himself or exploding in a field. Most scholars, biblical scholars, will say, well, what really happened was he hung himself in the field, and then when his corpse rotted, it spilled into the field. So people said his body must have exploded. That's the explanation. I say simpler explanation is one person said it exploded, which was the book written later, to more dramatize what actually happened, which was the dude offed himself in the field. Right? I always go for what's the most simple explanation that makes sense for the days for the transfiguration.
Yeah,
I'd be
first of all,
just weren't sure.
I'm gonna go like this. Scholars can't They can't.
Scholars can't what?
They can't. They can't translate the message. It says it in the Bible.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you try to put it into English,
it says it in the Bible that they cannot read the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. It's confusing as hell.
It's not. This is what I just opened up to. Proverbs 1:1. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For thy shall be an ornament of grace unto thy head, and chains upon thy neck.
What does that mean?
I mean, you don't need a biblical scholar to tell you what that means. I'm pretty sure that was pretty straightforward.
No,
Not for
I'm
Alphabyte. He's like,
I'm
nope,
yeah.
it sure wasn't.
No.
I saw that look.
I was just reading the highlighted comment and heard broken chains. So that's why. What
The
does that
fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise the word of the Lord. Wisdom comes from the word of the Lord. And if you use it properly, you get wisdom from the word of the Lord. But if you get your wisdom or your knowledge, not the wisdom, because I said that wrong. If you get your knowledge from a scholar, I got news for you.
Well,
They
I mean,
can't.
that's
The man who
Translate
wrote
it.
Proverbs wouldn't
The
have
message.
known any of the New Testament when he said the word of the Lord. So
The
the New
Lord
Testament
did.
didn't exist.
The Lord did.
Well, yeah, but you have to take a lot of presuppositions for the train of thought you
Jesus
have.
was present on the ark.
Again, a lot of presuppositions.
I mean, you can take it however you want. Enoch was taken alive. Elijah was taken alive. Jesus died on the cross.
Samuel Jackson's
right?
voice.
Okay, there's three. There's the Holy Trinity right there. Enoch, Elijah, and Jesus.
Wait, Enoch's part of the Holy Trinity now?
Enoch was taken alive. He's the father. He had many sons and daughters. Elijah had no wife and no sons and daughters. He was the son.
This is one of the coolest Bible
Jesus.
fan fictions I've heard since the Gnostic Gospels.
Jesus died on the cross. 2 alive, 1 died. In the Holy Trinity.
Why did I get flipped again?
There's in the Holy Trinity, there's 2 alive and there's 1 dead.
Well,
One
hold
that
on.
died.
I gotta take you a step back here. You said the
You
only
can take
thing.
me a step back. I don't
No.
care.
You
God
said the
gave me
only
that
the only
message.
spot for wisdom or knowledge is the Bible. The Holy Trinity is not once referenced.
Not
in
knowledge,
that book.
wisdom.
Okay, well, wisdom.
Knowledge is school.
Okay, so wisdom. The wisdom that would lead you to believe something, to have the wherewithal to believe something
okay.
or not, is only in that book. But the Holy
It's the only
Trinity is
way-
not
place to get
once
truth.
even alluded to in that book. And the only reason the Holy Trinity is an idea is because of biblical scholars in the church presenting it as one. And the reason it was presented as one was to overcome the idea of the blasphemy of worshiping Christ.
God puts
You
everything
can't worship
in place
Christ.
for a reason. God
You
puts
can't worship
everything
Christ
in place
because
for
of the
a
Ten
reason.
Commandments.
God
You
puts
can't-
everything in place for a reason. You know the
But
rainbow
what
flag.
I'm
Hold
saying
on,
is
hold on, hold on,
you
hold
have
on.
to get
Let me
wisdom from
speak.
interpretation.
Let me speak. The rainbow flag. Okay. Do you know what the rainbow means?
The rainbow, according to the Old
to the
Testament,
Bible.
is God's promise to mankind.
Okay. Oh, wait. Why is the rainbow flag on every TV screen, every video game? It's all over the world. Everyone's seeing it.
Because
it is
the
a
LGBT
warning
took
from
it over.
God saying, it's a warning from God saying, hey, I promised you I wouldn't flood the world. But that does not mean you get to do what you want.
See, you're stretching like wisdom
I'm
and
not
knowledge
stretching
well
anything. That's what it
beyond
means.
like the actual text. This is where you have to understand your own interpretation, and that's why I'm talking about scholars and interpretation. Because if
Okay.
you can find me in the Bible where it says what you're saying,
I got a
we can be in
GED,
agreement.
so-
But unfortunately, nothing that you're saying is in the Bible. It's how you're
Really?
deciding the Bible reads. Yeah, the Trinity's
not.
not in the Bible.
So
Rainbow
Enoch
flags
didn't
being
die?
the coming
Enoch
of Christ
didn't die?
is not in the Bible. None of that's in the Bible.
Did Enoch die?
That didn't make him part of the Trinity. You show me where it says Enoch's part of the
I'm
Holy Trinity.
saying that there's 3 parts of God, and he visited the earth 3 times.
It never said Enoch was God visiting the earth. That's you. So again, you can
Oh my
make up
gosh.
whatever your interpretations are, but it's not in that book.
Okay.
It's just not in there.
Okay.
The Trinity's not in there.
It said
That was
God,
invented.
it said. Hold
Okay,
on,
do you know
let
the
me-
history
let
of
me
when
read
the
this
Trinity
again.
first
Let
started
me
to
go
be
back.
discussed?
Let me go back to
in-
Genesis 5. Let me go back to Genesis 5 where Enoch is mentioned.
He's not mentioned as God.
I didn't
He's
say.
Enoch.
I didn't say.
You said he was God
I
visiting
said
earth,
he's part of the Trinity.
which
He's
the
part
Trinity
of
is God, right?
He's part of God. He
But
did
where
not
does it say
suffer
he's
death.
part of God?
There's only 2 people in the Bible that did not suffer death, and that is Enoch and Elijah.
But why does that make him God?
I didn't say it makes him God. I said it makes him a part of God.
Okay, so what is your definition of
God
the Trinity?
visited in human form, just like Jesus is part of God. God has been here 3 times, and it was with Enoch, Elijah, and Jesus.
Okay, so that's where your interpretation comes in. That's what you think.
To the flood is
Yep.
2,000 years. Jesus to now is 2,000 years.
Not exact, but roundabout.
Yeah.
We're
in
getting
the time of Noah, which is why the rainbow flag is all over the world.
So again, it's
everywhere.
like a huge interpretation. Like even if you read the book
You
of
can take
Revelation,
it however
which is
you
about,
want. I don't care. I was given it from God. You can
no,
take it however you want.
I know. All I'm saying
You
is
can try
there's a
and
difference
misconstrue what I'm
between
saying all you want.
there's a difference
between
between your spiritual revelation and what's in the Bible. There's a big difference.
No, there's not.
There is.
2 people did not die in the Holy Trinity.
And guess what that
in the Holy
means?
Trinity.
Literally nothing,
in the Holy
unless
Trinity,
it's your interpretation.
You got the Father,
It means
the
zip
Son.
squat.
They did not die. You got the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit appeared after Jesus.
And then
You can take
Lazarus
it
was
however you
raised
want.
from the
It is
dead.
God's
Therefore,
design.
Lazarus was raised from the dead. Therefore, I am going to say he is super Jesus. Because he's the only
Lazarus-
person that was raised from the dead besides Jesus. Therefore,
No,
he's
he
super
wasn't.
Jesus.
No, Elias. Not
Okay, then Elias
Elisha.
is also
Sorry,
super Jesus.
not Elias. Elisha.
He's also super Jesus.
Elisha.
So we got 2 super Jesuses.
No,
that's my
That's
interpretation.
because
It was sent to me from the Lord. Therefore, it's the wisdom
you have
of the
in
Lord.
the Bible, you have the white bird and you have the dark bird. You have the dove, which is the Spirit of God or Spirit of Jesus,
That
whatever
descended
you wanna
upon
call
John
it.
the Baptist.
And you have the Spirit of Raven, which is the spirit of the serpent, which is the spirit of Cain, and the curse of Cain.
Now I can track with all this. This is all
now.
in.
If God has a holy Trinity, God has Trinity, God has 3. If God has
again,
3,
where are you
3
finding
is God's
that?
number? 3
Where are
is
you
God's
finding
number.
that? That's what I want to know.
3
where are
is
you
God's
finding?
number. It's everywhere.
Show me. Where
It's
is
everywhere.
it in the Bible? Where?
It's even in the Hebrew language.
No,
That 3 is
show
God's
me
number.
the spot that says 3 is God's number and says there's a Trinity. That's all I'm asking. Show me
It's
that.
in the Hebrew language.
Okay, let me let you know when the Trinity started.
Okay,
the Trinity was first introduced into biblical
Scholars
doctrine.
Good. Okay.
Well, you wouldn't know
You don't
about
think it was given by God?
That you would not be
You don't
talking
think it was
about the
given by
Trinity if it wasn't for what
You don't think it
happened.
was given by God?
No,
You don't
you
think
would
it's
not
part of
be
his design?
100% chance
part of
you
his
would
design?
not be talking about the Trinity if it was not for what happened in around, what was it? It was after Jesus. It was somewhere in the Middle Ages when this started to become a thing, when they canonized the Bible, when they got rid of the Gnostic scriptures.
You mean after, okay, so it happened after the Holy Spirit was created.
Yeah, there was never a discussion of the Trinity.
So the Holy Trinity didn't exist before Jesus died?
I'm saying it was
That's
never
crazy.
spoken. It was never in the Bible. It was never uttered. The Bible never said there's a Holy Trinity. Nothing was mentioned. The first time that the Trinity,
Bible
the
was
word
written
you're
before
using,
the Holy Trinity existed.
you would have never known what the word Trinity was.
The
You would have never
Bible was
used it.
written before the
And
Holy
I
Trinity
speak,
existed.
Wickster. I've let you speak. Let me speak.
The Bible was written before the Holy
Shut
Trinity
your
existed.
pie hole. Learn to listen.
I cast out demons.
Learn to listen once.
I cast out demons.
Okay, call me a demon. I don't care. Just listen.
I'm
The
listening.
Trinity was not an idea. It was never uttered. Jesus didn't talk about it. His apostles didn't talk about it. They never said it. That's why it's not written down. It's nowhere in the book because they didn't discuss it in those terms. Period.
Doesn't
It was
matter. God
brought
still designed
into when they were canonizing the Bible. The Catholic Church was deciding what the canonical scriptures would be. They were removing the Gnostic Gospels. They were saying these are the books that are actually God inspired, and we have to get rid of all the books that aren't God inspired. And there were councils that did that. In
God
those
did
councils,
that,
they
too.
also reasoned that Paul
The
was an
councils
authority.
did it, but God allowed it.
Okay, I don't care. I'm just telling you the history. They were talking about Paul. Paul was
allowed it.
seen as someone who was a reliable source. But they had a problem with John. They believed John was a very reliable source. And the book of Revelation says you can't change anything. You can't move this. So they needed to keep John's gospels. The biggest way they did that was that the bishops and the cardinals discussed that the theology that had not been put in the Bible that needed to be there to tie it together was that Christ and the Holy Spirit were also God. Because if Christ and the Holy Spirit were not also God, then it would be blasphemy to worship Christ and or accept the Holy Spirit into you, because according to the 10 commandments, there can only be one God and no other gods before them. So they reasoned that a Trinity must exist, which is why that the Word was with God, and the Word was God was decided to be that was Christ. So the idea of the Trinity was then manifested and put into the language of the church at that time.
God made it.
I'm not disputing who made it. What I'm saying is you are taking this as saying this is the Bible. This is what the Bible is. But people who had that same book for hundreds of years never made that conclusion until the church talked about it. So I'm saying the wisdom you're talking about required people to get to that conclusion.
Let me show you that. See that?
Congratulations, you have something laminated.
The 3 books of Enoch. Let me read the first line of the book of Enoch that was removed from Scripture.
During the canonical process I was talking about,
let me read
that Trinity word that you like.
I'm going to read this to you, though, because I'm going to read the first line and what it says.
Go for it.
And then you're going to understand why it was taken out.
I do want to interject and say I do find it's interesting, because I know Wick has studied the non-canonical books of the Bible. I do find it's interesting that you guys both have an open mind to this, and yet you're so ardently opposed to each other on this.
Like a big part of it. Okay, whatever. I'm here for the money. I'm here for the show now, baby.
I mean, I would show it to you, but you probably can't read it. Probably shouldn't anyway. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all of the wicked and godless are to be removed. That's the first verse of Enoch, which is why Enoch is not in the Bible, because it's only for certain people to read.
That's not why Enoch's not in the Bible. My favorite of the non-canonical Gospels is the Book of Judas. The Book of Judas is where it's at.
God,
I like the second book of Revelation.
And he was not, because he was not in the Bible, because God removed him.
Like the whole reason that
he was not.
But we have documentation for why Enoch's not in the Bible. Same with the Book of Judas.
It's right here in the Bible.
No. Like we have the conversation that led to it.
God took him. He was not put in the Bible.
Do you know history? Like Enoch was something that people were reading.
History. I don't give a shit about scholars.
But that would be in your Bible if it wasn't for the history. If it wasn't for the history I'm talking about, that would be in your Bible, because it was in the Middle Ages. It was removed because it was deemed as not a reliable source by the church. Otherwise, you'd still have it.
The church is the world. Not the church, the religion. Religion's divisive.
But I'm saying your reason that it's not in your Bible is factually inaccurate.
Because God took it out.
Okay, that's fine. You could say that the reason that they decided it wasn't canon was because God inspired them. That's what they would say too.
In Genesis 5.
But what they said, but what the people who you said God directed said,
God said Enoch was not.
The people who you were talking about who removed the book from the Bible, they didn't say it was because God had this bigger purpose. They said it was because the book of Enoch and the book and the Gospel of Judas were wrong.
They removed it because God allowed them to remove it.
Well, in the idea of spirituality, everything happens because God allows it, but that's not what we're talking about.
That is what we're talking about. And it says it in Genesis 5, under Enoch's genealogy, his heritage, that Enoch was not.
Well, I think that is a perfect way to describe the difference in conversation between you two, is that one of you is trying to basically be aware that God is, yes, the plan, the architect, the grand architect, but there are realities to that, which are, hey, if there weren't scholars, the Trinity might not have been as
the
talked about.
The scholars told you that dinosaurs existed 3 million years ago.
The scholars also told me that gravity.
No. I'm talking about the church scholars who would have said that dinosaurs were heretical.
Religion is divisive. God would not want a divided church.
Okay.
Agreed.
So then he wouldn't want to give you a book of religion either.
What are you talking about?
It's a book of religion,
the
of
book
rules,
of divisiveness.
and like literally what religion is
this
practicing
isn't a book
rules.
of divisiveness. This is a book of love and guidance.
But you got to understand from
Bruh.
other people's perspective, that's just religion. And if you just said religion
That's not
is
religion.
divide,
This is
but
God.
to other people's
not religion.
perspective, right? To
I don't
you,
go
you
to
know
church.
that. To you, you
Okay,
know
church
but
at my
again,
house.
you have to understand what you're holding outside of the Old Testament, which was established by the Jewish folks. Every book of the New
No.
Testament is in that book
The New Testament was established by
only
the Greeks.
because of what happened in the Middle Ages.
It was written in Greek.
So,
Oh, wow.
Can I say though? It's actually interesting because we did talk about the canonical Bible earlier.
Yeah.
The Torah.
No, the Torah is the Jewish Bible. Canonical Bible is the one established in the Middle Ages that introduced the New Testament, removed the Book of Enoch, removed the Gospel of Judas, and all that. That very important part of history you don't like to look at.
We did talk about the canonical Bible earlier, and it was connected to a conversation about the Catholic Church. And again, I am going to be defensive naturally of the Catholic
Romans
Church
who killed
because
Christ.
the Catholic Church was the church that brought me back to my faith personally. So I do have a soft spot in my heart for the Catholic Church. But one thing that I thought during that conversation that I did
Wait,
not
why are we
bring
calling
up-
them the Catholic Church in this context? They were the church. There wasn't a Catholic church.
I'm calling them the Catholic Church for a specific reason. That'll come up in a second. But the Catholic Church does have a place in my heart, not just because I've studied history enough to have a degree in it, but also because that was the church that brought me back to my faith. And one thing I will say, while we like to decry the Catholic Church as being, corrupt and all that, a lot of that, first of all, comes up when you look at the history. A lot of the corruption of the Catholic Church comes from a time that the Catholic Church has moved past. But the Catholic Church, when we do look at the Bible today, the canonical books of the Bible were determined by the Catholic Church.
Well, because they were the church. Catholic just means
Yeah,
universal.
Oh.
The church was only created.
I know.
Well, you're just acting like it's a separate religion.
No, I know the history of the church. Like at the time,
It is separate.
it was the church. Well, this was before the Protestant Reformation. So what he's saying is
By
right.
definition, it's not separate.
Oh, it is.
You could treat it that way, but it will never be.
They worship Mary.
They don't, and it'll
They
never be
do.
what you want it to be.
They
Reality
don't.
won't conform to your ideology, unfortunately.
So the thing
They don't
is,
worship Mary.
this
No.
is we
No.
cannot study the history of Christianity without acknowledging the Catholic Church was the only Christian church for a long period of time.
Because they killed Christ, and there was no church left. And they killed all of the disciples.
Well, what are you even talking about? The Jews killed Christ, and then the church was built in Acts. The church of Acts was the first church. Then you had Corinth and everything else, and they were all universally gathered together under the Catholic Church, which meant the universal church, which was started by Paul trying to assemble all the churches together. Like, what are you even talking about? You're just making shit up now.
The only thing I would throw in there, because we tend
Pontius
to
Pilate
identify
was a Jew.
we tend to
He was
identify,
the guy in charge, and he said, "Don't kill this guy." He literally said,
He still did.
"Don't kill." He was under the mercy of the people. He was a placeholder. The
killed him.
Jews were the ones that held political power. What are you even on? You
This
just
worked-
don't know history. That's
This
what
worked
comes
for
down
Truck
to.
Dog once. I want to raise my hand for my turn. So what I would point out, is that Peter was the first pope, technically viewed by the Catholic Church. Peter was the first pope, and so when we look at the lineage of the Catholic Church, I mean we can question their history a little bit, but
Quite a bit.
But Peter is viewed as the first pope. The Catholic Church, which again, as Scheme mentioned, was the church for a long period of history. It cannot automatically default to the Roman Catholic Church, because the Roman Catholic Church and the Catholic Church were two separate entities for a period of history.
I just find the ultimate irony is hatred of the Catholic Church, but love for the Bible that the Catholic Church gave you.
God gave me the Bible.
No, I could
Yeah.
show you where it was put together. The Bible you had
I
before
don't
the
care
Catholic
what you
Church
show
was a
me, where
lot
it was put
was a
together.
lot different.
I listen to God. I don't listen to you.
It's fine. You could think what you want, but reality exists.
Yeah, reality does exist, and God is real.
I'm not saying God's not real. You're in a whole different land right now. It's very interesting to me to watch.
You can have one person with a... I mean, two people's been a pretty good experiment.
Who all has a degree in here?
I don't.
I do. Yay! But that doesn't mean anything.
High school education, y'all.
It doesn't mean a ton.
What matters is what is
I can tell
knowledge, how you process it, what you know, and how you interact with the world.
Getting my degree with a major in history and a minor in religion, I spent way too much time doing math to justify. So
higher education did a lot more just teaching me how to critically think than it did in like giving me this magical knowledge base.
Dude, math is the language of the universe, bro.
Yeah, it is. Damn straight it is.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, God love numbers.
Yeah.
Let's go, truck dog.
Let's go, truck dog. Bro, that was the worst thing ever.
I mean,
the first
God
time
has
I
a
ever
whole
interacted
book
with you guys.
dedicated to
That
numbers.
was terrible.
Man dropped his raps.
That was the first stream you ever interacted.
Yes,
with us
that
to,
was the first one. I'm surprised I ever came back.
That was that was literally the first time you and I like conversed.
I know, and I was like, why am I here? This is dude truck dog dropping the N-word with a hard ER in a rap.
Oh boy.
Can I say this? Like, let's reconcile this, because what we're talking through, I mean, we are like literally, you know, because to have a conversation, you have to agree on neutral terms to a certain extent.
Well, the issue I think here, I know you want to play like happy referee, but the issue with there's an irreconcilable worldview and interpretation difference between Wickster and myself.
Worldview.
Yes, you have a worldview. Again, you could all you want try to play make believe, remove yourself from reality, okay? But at the end of the day, there is a point of reason that will not be malleable between us, right? There's a point of when you choose to view the world in a certain lens, there's not a debate or an argument or an actual discussion. There's just ideas that do or don't coincide with what you think. And that's kind of where we're at here. And it's not that I'm going to be like angry or anything like that. It's just there's times that you're going to be talking to a stone wall. I'm not having a rational, constructed discussion. I'm having a discussion with where do my thoughts sometimes interact with your ideologies. And I don't disrespect where you're coming from an ideological perspective.
That was very well spun.
And I don't
your thoughts, my ideologies. That's good.
I don't disrespect where you're coming from. I don't disrespect your beliefs. I disrespect your thought and logical process because I'm a critical thinker. That's just where my bias comes in.
That was well done too.
But the thing is, there'll never be like a moment where we'll be like, oh, we could find common ground on this, because we're coming from two completely different plateaus.
We are two different worlds. Exactly.
It could,
but 100%.
It could. The groundwork could be laid out for you though. Like if you guys wanted to actually have a fucking conversation.
Well, I don't think so, because I don't think we interpret anything similar enough to have like a constructive like religious or theological debate. It wouldn't go anywhere.
Debate.
But if both of you could identify that there's a miscommunication, and if you guys both were like, okay, well, here's what you're misunderstanding. Well, faith, even just
I don't think we misunderstand each other. It's just we have a very firm difference in how we view the world.
Well, no, but in there's small situations where he thinks, like if he's prompted to say God's doing that, and you're over here saying, okay, you can say that, and he's over here repeating that just for you to repeat the same words, like you guys wouldn't even let each other talk. So I'm saying in communication like that, like that's something where you could easily just be like, all right, just shut the fuck up. I'll speak for 2 minutes. Then you could speak for 2 minutes, because you guys.
But I mean, at that point, it's just going to be a more. At that point, you're just going to have a more civil version of the same non-conclusive dialogue.
A lot less.
But that's where I think like agreeing on some neutral ground has to come into play. Like we can't deny the history, like Scheme said, that the Catholic Church was the only church for a long time. One thing that I will ardently defend is that the Catholic Church is not fully, what is the Roman Catholic Church. And nor would I, submit to say that the Catholic Church killed Jesus.
Romans. I didn't say the Catholic Church.
Romans did, but again, we have to deconflict the Roman Catholic Church from the Catholic Church. And again, looking at, like Scheme said, I mean, the Catholic Church was the church, so any version of anything that we have today does come, with the Protestant Reformation, with Martin Luther and his 99 Theses. We have a German translation coming from what the Catholic Church had canonized as the Bible at that point. We can't deny Catholicism's role in all this, so you can't denounce, the Catholic Church, whether you want to call it the church or the Catholic Church at that point. You can't deny their role in deciding what is and is not accepted into the Bible. You also, in my mind, you can't completely oust the additional texts that were non-canonized, because I feel like they do have relevance, which I don't think anyone is arguing against. And that's where I'm a little bit interested. I think, like, you two, when you're arguing with each other on the nuances in this, are kind of like it's more of a personality difference, because I don't know, in the same stroke that Wick gets mad at Scheme about.
I don't think either of us are mad. There's a difference between bullheaded and mad.
Okay, not mad, really not mad. Let's not jump on a phrase here. At the same point where
believe me, if I was mad, this camera would be on the ground.
At the same point where Wick is a bit incited by what Scheme says, Wick also refers to non-canonized books in the Bible. So I don't think you guys are disagreeing on as much as talking to each other. You feel like you're disagreeing on. You know what I mean?
No, I think we do disagree as much as we think. I really do. I really think we disagree a lot, and that's okay. I don't think there has to be that reconciliation. People don't have to agree.
No, you don't.
That's not what we're saying.
You don't have to agree, but I think you guys.
It's like you guys were this close to, like, seeing each other's points so many different times, and just because of simple mannerisms, you wouldn't get there with each other.
I would posit that Wickster sees my point, and he's smart enough guy to know what I'm saying, and just doesn't care. And likewise with me, because of the way we interpret the world is so different. Yeah. So I really think there's I feel like I understand the kind of person Wickster is from this interaction, and it's more similar to me than you think. I think it's one of those things where we understand what the other person's saying, but that doesn't mean we care, because it's in such dire conflict with what we're saying that it's just like, nah. It'd be like if
now I get to be the bad guy.
Oh boy.
The bad guy? What do you got for us?
No, Scheme just twisted me into the bad guy. In this story.
No, I'm not saying you're the bad guy. I'm saying I don't think you need to. I don't think you need to be like the referee or like make peace. I don't think Wickster and I have any bad blood, and I don't think that we really were misunderstanding what the other person was saying. I think it's more of we're really so far apart on these issues that we were just having an entertaining time, jousting with it.
I have zero desire to referee or make peace. I have
you guys
zero
are
desire.
What we're trying to do, but
okay.
No, we're AlphaTyler, Alpha Mute. We say stupid, dumb shit. We get you guys free to say whatever.
The thing is, you guys are welcome to disagree, and
but like I was saying, there was just so many times
the only thing
is
so
close.
when our disagreement is coming on a historical record that can't be
proven.
Disproven.
Our history. Hold on, our history in general, all across the board, everything you've been taught in school, you can't believe a word of it.
Not all history. Not even a little bit.
History's written by the victor. Number one.
Well, as I said,
and they're all liars.
I'm not trying to give I have a degree statement here, but
he's gonna give an he has a degree statement.
I will say, as someone with a history
I'm
degree,
not racist, but that's what that just sounded like.
It did, but this is relevant because as someone with a history
general
degree,
education, I mean, come on,
He's generally educated at everything. You better just shut up now, AlphaTyler.
GED.
As someone with a history degree, what I would say is,
oh God, here it is.
I have to.
As someone with a psychology degree, I would say your obsession over making the peace is unhealthy.
No, what?
They ain't got to worry about making a peace. Go ahead.
If you fragment my statement, it's gonna sound terrible.
If you
by the end of this, it's gonna be like, you know, the energy Wickster and I had. By the end of this, it's gonna be both of us on you. You're not gonna survive that.
I love both of you guys too much to care. But the thing is, I've looked at enough source documents. Like, that's the thing. Like, when we talk about bias in history, because that kills me. Because the first thing, when you study history, when you actually study history,
you look at the bias and try to interpret it through that.
You look at the bias and try to ignore it, and that's the thing, and you try to get past it. And as someone who has spent, specifically because I studied the militant orders during the Crusades, like, a lot of what I studied in college was tied to religion, especially with a
children's crusades were lit.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just gonna say this. There is a pentagram in every town and every city on every
Damn it, Wick, let me finish
entering it.
Nope, you've done this to yourself.
Can we just
Alpha
call this episode Pentagrams and Rainbows, or Rainbows
Let's go.
Yes, the re-upload will no longer be titled Vaccinate Now. It will be
you were talking about
Pentagrams
vaccines earlier?
No, that was just clickbait.
At zero point were we talking about
mother
that.
trucker.
We got there.
What a loser.
Bro, so many people joined in though just to ask our opinions.
Loser.
Oh yeah. And then they heard us talking about just
your retention had to have been nothing. You got them to click, and then they're like, "Fuck you," and left, unsubscribe, dislike.
Yeah.
Clowning.
I shudder to think of how many dislikes this stream has.
You've only gotten 3 somehow.
But wow, okay.
Wow.
But that must be the people. That must be the people who said, "How do you feel about vaccine mandates?" And I said, "I think they're bullshit." And so they must have all been in favor of them. Okay.
Man, you just got wrecked.
So, well, anyway, whatever we were going with history.
That's wrong think, Tyler. Don't have that wrong think and wrong speak.
Right, and I appreciate the Orwellian reference so much.
You're welcome.
But literally, like, as somebody who's looked through history to try and find, like, get past the bias and everything, like, it really always bothers me when people put such a negative stigma, especially on the Catholic Church, because I'm not saying the Catholic Church is the way. I'm personally a very non-denominational Christian, and so I'm not gonna line up with the Catholics or anything else. But
Tyler supports child peddling confirmed.
Jesus Christ, no, because another YouTuber already said that because I'm friends.
You want a popsicle?
Holy shit!
Dude, was that the Pope?
Well, apparently because I'm friends with Jekyll, I'm already a pedophile, according to another YouTuber. So,
I mean, that's not the worst conclusion I've ever heard.
About Tyler?
Yeah, based on the context of what I was just given.
Oh, man.
We won't talk about all that.
Anyway. Fuck this. Y'all just
ends.
You know what?
Ends.
You guys just go ahead and rip each other apart.
What I tell you was gonna happen, Dr. Phil.
Look, I'm a good one.
You had him go Pope voice in the mic and then me come at you.
Don't fucking hate on the Catholic Church for no reason, guys.
Fine.
Hey, look. That's misconstrued. I don't hate on any church. I don't hate on any religion. They have their purpose.
To be fair, okay? I fucking hate organized religion for the most part.
Introductory level kind of thing. They have their purpose.
Edgy.
History has its purpose, but I do believe that there's a bunch of liars that were overseeing all of it. I do believe that God is the way, and that is the only way. And I believe the quicker we get back to that, because the further we get away from God in this country, the more in the shithole we go. So, I mean, it's that simple. That's just what I see.
We banned Bibles and invited the guns. Follow the series of events. We got Bibles out of the school, so kids brought guns instead.
You guys may as well discuss gun control right now.
Nope. We may as well not. Hell no.
I'm dipping.
No, I'm out. I'm going to bed. Good night, Wickster. It was a pleasure meeting you. I had a good time.
If we're ending the stream, we have to do it formally, okay? Are we ending the stream?
Yeah, we're ending. I got to go to bed. It's after 2. It's almost 2:30. I got to go to bed.
That is true, 2
I'm
o'clock.
hungry.
Here.
Yo, where are you at? It's an hour ahead.
2:20.
I was like,
It is
like you
not
live in the ocean?
I'm
You
like,
live in the middle of the ocean?
I
Like,
was
what's
like-
going on?
I was like, motherfucker, I know you live in Michigan. Like, no, like.
You got
man's
like
living
you gotta
an hour
understand- all
ahead.
look, my clock over here is like never right ever. So I try to like. I gotta try and calculate what the actual time is.
There is randomly.
And it's right there, and so I looked at it, and I was thinking 3, but yeah, it's not.
There is randomly a subscriber on my channel named Llamas is Great.
Yeah.
That lives in the tiniest chunk of Canada. That's an hour
ahead.
That is an hour ahead of Eastern Standard Time.
They not even on the planet anymore. They in an imaginary spot.
Like if you guys don't know,
that's got to be an Arctic tundra there,
right? Like if you guys don't know,
if you're far enough northeast in Canada, because Canada like expands out like this. If you're far enough northeast to be in a different time zone,
is that where the Templar pit is? Right?
Oh fuck no! We've already dodged.
All right, I'm done. I'm going to bed. You want to make this official? You do it in 30 seconds, my guy.
All right.
Dude.
Thank you, WeScheme. Thank you, Wickster.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about it because we do this shit every week. But
Screw
next
you,
week,
Bite.
next week, April G. Next week, April G will be on here, and
Nice.
fucking
bump.
Nice meeting y'all.
In like
Hey,
2
you too,
days. In like 2 days, the full video with the first hour will be on the channel. So come back and watch me and Bot stumble around what became
I already
controversial.
forgot. Dude,
there.
that was 4 hours ago. What the fuck did we even talk about? I'll have to see.
I don't know, but it was a pleasure as always.
Love you
y'all.
guys.
Love y'all.
Ending the